My name is Magale Musala. I am the head of the Cartels Division at the Competition Commission. I'm going to be, together with my colleague, your program director for the conference. I'm just going to let my colleague introduce herself and we can get started.
Thank you, Magale. Good morning, everyone. My name is Princess Kasivoto. I'm a senior case manager with the Competition Tribunal. Thank you.
Thank you, Princess. Welcome to the 9th BRICS International Competition Conference. We have a program here that's going to kickstart with the commissioner opening this 9th BRICS conference, international conference. The BRICS that now is made up of South Africa, Brazil, China, Egypt, Ethiopia, India, Indonesia, Iran, Russia, and United Arab Emirates. So is the first of this size that we are hosting a competition law conference in South Africa. So you are all welcome, all BRICS members, all conference participants, ladies and gentlemen, feel at home. We're going to engage from here until tomorrow, and we are looking forward to the engagement, and we are looking forward to your cooperation. Commissioner, let me take the opportunity to call you into the stage to come and open the conference for us and give us the remarks on the importance of BRICS collaboration. So, Commissioner Doris Tsepe, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Should be fine. Good morning, everyone. It is an absolute honor and pleasure to have you all here. I will start by recognizing the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition. In his absence, he will be joining us later. I will also like to recognize the heads of competition authorities of the BRICS countries here present. The interim president, Mr. Gustavo Augusto Freitas de Lima, the interim president of CARGE in Brazil, Mr. Wang Tihan, Chief Inspector of Anti-Monopoly, SAMR China, Mr. Getinet Ashenafi, the Head of Anti-Competitive Trade Practice Prevention Desk at the Ministry of Trade and Regional Integration of Ethiopia, who's joining us online, Mrs. Ravnit Kaur, Chairperson of the Competition Authority of India, Mrs. Shinta Hafsari, Council of Economic Consulate General of the Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Maxim Shaskolski, head of the Russian Competition Authority, His Excellency Safia Al-Safi, Assistant Undersecretary for the Control and Commercial Governance Sector, Commercial Control and Governance Sector, Ministry of Economy and Tourism of the United Arab Emirates. I also would like to acknowledge the partner country of the BRICS country, which is the ambassador from Thailand to South Africa. It is an absolute pleasure to welcome you all. I also would like to welcome all the delegates across the globe who are here with us, leaders of business, civil society, academia, and other competition authorities on the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an absolute honor to have you all here. I welcome you to Cape Town, to South Africa, and to the 9th BRICS International Competition Conference. This moment marks more than a start of a two-day gathering. It marks a new chapter in the journey of BRICS, in the evolution of global competition policy, and in the collective effort of emerging economies to shape a fairer, more inclusive international economic order. We gather here under the theme Competition in Uncertain Times. Few themes could be more fitting. Professor Eleanor Fox yesterday said it more potently when she said, we live in a different world. The world today is defined by shifting geopolitical alignments, the acceleration of technological revolutions, persistent economic volatility, and intensifying climate emergency. For competition authorities of BRICS nations and the partners, and some of the allies, these uncertainties are not abstract. They strike at the very heart of our mandate. They shape the markets we regulate, the consumers we seek to protect, the enterprise whose innovation and dynamism we seek to nurture. This morning, my task is to welcome you and to hopefully ground our deliberation in the strategic context of the BRICS partnership, to highlight the pressing challenges we face and to frame the thematic pillars that will guide our discussions over the coming days. I will also briefly reflect on the deliberation that took place yesterday. We find ourselves in a new era for BRICS and the Global South. The very fact that we are meeting in Cape Town today, it is a testament to how far the BRICS has come. From its modest beginnings in 2009 as a gathering of 4 countries, Brazil, Russia, India, and China, the community has since grown with the addition in 2010 of South Africa. And in the past 2 years, it has undergone a much larger and necessary transformation. At Johannesburg, the BRICS Summit of 2023, leaders took the bold step of inviting Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates to join as members of the BRICS countries. This was further consolidated at the Kazan Summit in 2024, where Indonesia was succeeded as a member, and where an innovative BRICS partner country model was further approved. As a result, today the BRICS comprises of Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, Ethiopia, Egypt, Iran, Indonesia, and the United Arab Emirates. Together, these nations represent 43% of the world's population, 36% of global gross national income, and nearly a third of the planet's landmass. They account for 5 of the top global oil producers and 3 of the leading natural gas producers. These are not just statistics, they are symbols of transformation. They tell us that BRICS is not a marginal forum. It is not a counterpoint to existing structure. It is a central pillar of a multipolar world order, one that champions fairness, inclusivity, and the aspiration of the global South. And importantly, the expansion has strengthened African voice with South Africa, Egypt, and Ethiopia at the table. It is an integral part of the core. The Gulf and the Arab world are represented. Southeast Asia has joined through Indonesia. This rich diversity makes BRICS more representative of the world than any other grouping of major economy. For South Africa, this is deeply personal. When we joined the BRICS immediately after its founding, we championed the new development bank, which was launched in 2013, and the practice of outreach dialogues with wider global South. And now, as the host of the 9th Competition Conference, we continue to affirm our belief that a better South Africa is possible only within a better Africa, and a better Africa is possible only within a better world. So as the Deputy Minister yesterday stated, multilateralism has been an important cornerstone of global governance to solve global issues for the past 80 years. Multilateral institutions have played an important role in promoting mutual economic development that has lifted billions out of poverty. However, in recent years, multilateralism has come under increasing pressure, and this year truly fractured as global agreements on trade have been abandoned, retaliatory tariffs imposed, and support and funding of international institutions withdrawn. BRICS countries have borne the brunt of such retaliation. The narrow discipline of competition law has been affected, with retaliatory threats against countries enforcing their national laws against global tech companies. This is the context of our meeting today. The objective of BRICS is to strengthen economic, political, and social cooperation among its members, to bolster sustainable social and economic development along with social inclusion, and to increase the influence of global South countries in international governance. This is because global multilateral institutions do not always have equitable participation, and as a result may lack legitimacy unless the global South is better represented. With the fracturing of multilateralism at the expense of the global South, the cooperation amongst BRICS countries is more important now than ever. As the mutual development objectives of the multilateralism are abandoned, cooperation amongst the global South is urgently needed to build resilience and respond to global challenges. It is also an opportunity to build support for a more equitable multilateralism amongst the willing. Competition law is no exception. In the highly integrated and increasingly digitalized world economy, multinational companies often dominate whole sectors and negatively, in some instances, impact fair competition in supply chains. As countries in the global north seek to boost growth, reindustrialize, and build their own competitiveness, we are already seeing that there is a growing unwillingness to address the dominance of some of their firms, let alone prevent increased concentration and abusive conduct if it gives them a global competitive advantage. We have even seen, as I've said earlier, the willingness to prevent other countries from addressing the dominance and behavior of their own companies through retaliation. Protective measures are also used to shield their companies from fair global competition, creating barriers to entry and expansion of companies from the global south. As the Deputy Minister stated yesterday, on the global stage, the same issues of fair competition and barriers to entry that competition law is designed to address are playing out to the detriment of some of the emerging countries, particularly from the global south. The BRICS International Competition Law Conference agenda picks on a number of these global competition themes where dialogue and cooperation among BRICS competition agencies may be pivotal to reshaping the global markets in a manner that is more equitable to fair competition from all and especially from the global south. The first session examined the growing focus on sustainability, but with a narrower focus on environmental sustainability. Environmental sustainability is a critical objective, not only to ensure sustainability of the planet, but also because climate change and environmental disasters are causing havoc with food supply and pricing. However, the manner in which it is being pursued and implemented by some in the global north has the potential to exclude developing countries from European markets. An example of this is the implementation of the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, which will effectively act as a tariff on goods from the global south. Moreover, the narrow focus on one aspect of sustainability to the exclusion of all other UN Sustainable Development Goals risks de-emphasizing goals focusing on ending poverty and economic development of the global south. As BRICS now represent 46% of the world's population, we simply cannot ignore the full range of the UN Sustainable Goals and need to influence the global agenda to ensure that they gain equal prominence. This will ensure a more balanced implementation that does not harm developing countries. The second session examines the rise of artificial intelligence markets and products which are largely dominated by traditional big tech companies from particularly the US. We have seen some big tech coming from some of the BRICS countries, but traditionally the dominance of the Western big tech is what is prominent. AI tools are poised to reshape many other markets, and a new era of digital dominance may be upon us. As home countries seek to leave AI unregulated to allow for their own companies to grow and dominate global markets, the oversight of these markets may be left to BRICS countries, amongst others. The final session of today focuses on the increasingly global food commodity trade, which influences the prices of essential foods globally. Once more, this is a global competition issue as a handful of global and increasingly vertically integrated traders dominate trade flows that are essential for food security in most nations. Moreover, the pricing at a global level is often set in a handful of future commodity markets in the global north, with the risk that speculative activity can cause price spikes that plunge hundreds of millions of people into food insecurity and malnutrition. We will end our BRICS conference tomorrow with a critically important session on BRICS competition law agenda for the next 5 years. Given the current context of fracturing multilateralism, the work program needs to respond proactively to these challenges. We will hear throughout the day and have the work products of the different working groups, which along with the main plenaries, can help inform the direction we take as BRICS group. Bear with me as technology does this to me. I am coming to an end. As you know, we will also have in tomorrow's session the academic conference. And I think as we go into the work that we will be doing, I think it's absolutely critical that we found our work through good research that happens. And we welcome the work that the academic conference and the participants in the academic work will be doing. In my view, these are the future leaders of the BRICS nations, and we need to be giving them an appropriate time to do so and help us as we put a path together going forward. As part of the conference, we will be signing the joint statement of the heads of BRICS competition authorities. It will articulate our shared commitments to condemn cartels in all their forms, to cooperate more deeply on cross-border measures and transnational anti-competitive practice, to incorporate developmental perspective unique to BRICS economies, and to work closely with academia, legal practitioners, and research institutions. The work of the BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center will continue to be central in supporting us in the work as our cooperation is underpinned by evidence, analysis, and intellectual vigor. But we must go further, and the next 2 years will be critical in this regard. Brazil will host the 10th BRICS International Competition Conference in 2027. By then, we should have demonstrated tangible progress, coordinated enforcement action, shared position on AI and sustainability, and where possible, joint investigations and research. As I draw to close, I would like to reflect on the insightful address of the chairperson of the Competition Tribunal, Ms. Mondo Mazwai, yesterday, and the Deputy Minister of Trade, Industry and Competition, Deputy Minister Zuko Golimbi, yesterday at the conference. Ms. Mazwai reminded us that even in times of volatility, competition authorities must offer businesses and consumers a bedrock of regulatory certainty. She made the point that while uncertainty may define the global environment, competition law itself can be a source of stability, predictability, and fairness. Her comments resonate strongly with our broader BRICS agenda, that law, when applied with consistency and creativity, is one of the most powerful tools we have to safeguard vulnerable communities against both crisis and concentration. Deputy Minister reminded us that competition policy does not evolve in a vacuum of economic theory or legal doctrine. It is profoundly shaped by politics, by the choices of leaders, and by the dynamics of international relations. His observation that global political shifts have overturned nearly 80 years of established practice is sobering. It challenges us as regulators, as scholars, to understand that our work cannot be insulated from geopolitical intervention, whether they are tariffs, conflicts, trade wars directly that shape the markets we are tasked with safeguarding. The Deputy Minister also reminded us that competition law is not static. It is a living framework that must adapt to uncertainty. He connected this flexibility to our broader national priorities of transformation, which he rightly insisted is not negotiable option, but a moral and economic imperative. Finally, the Deputy Minister's call to support small businesses to explore our financial markets, how they affect their access to capital speaks to one of the most urgent frontiers for competition enforcement. It is my hope that the reflection offered by our highly esteemed participants in yesterday's conference, including the address by the chair of the tribunal and the deputy minister, would lend some context to the deliberations which are to follow over the next day and a half. Before we embark on these discussions, let me take a moment to express my deepest gratitude. This conference would not have been possible without the tireless and dedicated efforts of the teams from both the Competition Commission and the Competition Tribunal and the coordinators of the BRICS conference. Special mention should go to Ms. Raksha Darji of our Economic Research Bureau, the communication unit under the leadership of Mr. Sipho Ngwema, who were responsible for managing all the logistics that we have, and the head of international relations specialist, Ms. Precious Matibe. Their long hours, meticulous planning, and unwavering commitment have brought us to this beautiful vision to life. I would like to thank Ms. Nandi Mukwena for putting it all together and making sure that we get this far. To the program directors, Mr. Makhale Mutlala and Ms. Princess Kasiboto, and to every single person behind the scenes, both within and the Commission and the Tribunal, who have worked to make this a seamless and enriching experience for all of us, thank you. Your work has been invaluable, and we are truly grateful. Finally, let me extend a warm invitation to you all to join us for the gala dinner tonight at the conclusion of day one of the conference. As you know, the dinner will be held at 6 o'clock in Hall D, right here at Century City Conference Center. It is an opportunity to continue our conversation in a more relaxed and informal setting, to build new connection, and to strengthen the bonds that unite us. With that, I thank you for your presence, for your commitment, and for your partnership. May our deliberations be fruitful. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And with that, it is now my job to just take you through some housekeeping. We will be taking our tea break now, and we are right on time, so it will be a 30-minute tea break. Refreshments will be served just outside the main doors that you came through, and there will be, there are bathrooms on either side of the hall. We'll just request that everybody keep their eyes on their clocks so that we don't delay the deliberations that we'll be having for the rest of the day, as we have a very packed program. And with that, we will see you back in here at 10:30. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Can I just have your attention for a few minutes?
competition, sustainability and trade. So I'm going to request the Commissioner of the South African Competition Commission, Ms. Doris Tsepe, to come to the stage, and she can then call her peers from BRICS competition authorities. Commissioner, over to you. So you have, Commissioner, you and your peers, you have at least roughly 10 minutes each to speak.
Thank you. Thank you.
So-
Thank you for alerting us.
So you are ahead. We don't have too much powers over you. We hope that you'll just cooperate. Thank you.
It only starts when I start speaking, the 10 minutes. Good morning once more, and welcome to the first plenary session on competition and sustainability. It's an absolute pleasure for me to welcome you, and I will start by introducing the panelists for this session. Mr. Gustavo Augusto Freitas de Lima, the interim president of CAGE, Brazil. Mr. de Lima.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next on the panel, we have Mr. Wang Tihan, Chief Inspector of Anti-Monopoly, SAMR, China. There are two participants that we need to have, and they're meant to be joining us online. I hope we have them. First is Ms. Rana Kuwalit, Head of Economic Concentration Department and Acting Head of Investigation Department from the Egyptian Competition Authority. I'm not sure if she's able to join us, but welcome if she is. Next, we have Mr. Getinet Ashinafi Metaferia, the head of the competition branch in Ethiopia. I hope he's also joining us. He's also joining us online. Last but not least, we have Mrs. Ravneet Kaur, the chairperson of the Competition Authority from India. Welcome. I'm having too many technological devices around me, so bear with me. Tiro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to embarrass Mr. Abraham Tiro and tell you all that today is his birthday. Happy birthday. So I think if we could just begin, and what I'll do as the program director has said, I will start off with some remarks, as Mr. Makale Motlala said, for some less than 10 minutes, Makgale, I promise, and then I will then move to the head of the Brazilian authority, and then to China, and then to the Egyptian authority and the Ethiopian authority if they are here, and lastly to the chairperson of the Competition Authority of India. And all I will do, as I said, it's not going to be long, it's just to set the scene, but to allow for these heads of authorities to speak about competition law and sustainability, and see how this can, in fact, be tackled by competition authorities in the BRICS countries. As we all know, I mean, globally, competition authorities are increasingly being asked to grapple with issues that go beyond consumer prices or market efficiencies. Most authorities, particularly in the global north, have recently been taking to integrating environmental sustainability more narrowly into their measure control, enforcement, and just policy design more broadly. For us, however, this kind of broad developmental mandate is not new. As you all know, the South African Competition Act is explicit in requiring us to take into account public interest objectives. These include promotion of employment, advancement of social and economic welfare, ensuring that small and medium-sized enterprises have equitable opportunities to participate in the economy, and the promotion of ownership by historically disadvantaged persons. These objectives reflect the need to dismantle the legacy of apartheid, which has left us with highly concentrated markets, deep inequalities, barriers to entry that excluded the majority of the people from participating. Our Constitution further anchors this mandate. Section 24 of the Bill of Rights enshrines the right of every person to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being, while also protecting rights to equality, dignity, fair labor practices, housing, healthcare, food, water, and education. Ready? Who is that, Mr. Max? I thought we were not speaking to 90. Please, yeah. To many of the United Nations development goals to which South Africa is firmly committed. In this sense, our legal framework provides a clear basis for competition law to play a role in advancing sustainability, not only in its environmental sense, but also in its economic, social dimension. South Africa's commitment to the UN 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals is reflected in our National Development Plan and the Medium-Term Strategic Framework. For us, our view is if we're going to be talking about sustainability, then it must consider the full suite of the UN SDGs and not to select out single one around only climate. These goals were adopted by the UN members to achieve sustainable development in its 3 dimensions: economic, social, and environmental. And this is to be done in a balanced and integrated manner. This is based on the recognition of the interconnectedness of these 3 dimensions, and that sustainable development requires addressing the economic and the social needs of all global citizens. These 17 goals, namely no poverty, zero hunger, good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation and infrastructure, reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumption and production, climate action, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institution and partnership for the goals. Competition law and the institutions that may not be relevant to some of these. But what we need to ensure is that promoting competition may, in most instances, support achievement of these goals. However, it may not always be the case, as a narrow focus on consumer welfare can result in social or environmental effects being ignored and actively undermined. Whilst there are government tools that can be used and should address these goals, competition law should not be used to undermine the objectives and achievements of those and other tools. There may also be some cases where competition law could actively promote such goals. This is through incorporation of public interest objectives with decision-making to either ensure no negative or unintended consequences or actively promoting such goals. I feel this is why cooperation among competition authority is so important. By sharing our experiences and aligning our perspectives, we can advocate for global standards that reflect our realities, protect our development space, and ensure that trade and sustainability policies do not disadvantage the majority of the people of the world. Sustainability must be inclusive and just, otherwise it will reproduce the very inequalities it is meant to address. With those few words, I think I will now hand over to Gustav. I think what Makale was informing me is that I have not, that I have made a mistake of not inviting two of my colleagues to the stage, and I apologize profusely for that. And that is Mr. Maxim Shaskolsky, the head of the FAS Russia. Please join me. My apologies for that, Maxim. I have also need to invite Ms. Safia Al-Sofi, Ministry of Economic Affairs from the UAE. Safia, please join me. Gustav, I will now turn to you, if you may.
Thanks so much. I hope you're hearing me. All right? Okay. So
I'm very happy to see that you are already putting a timer.
Yeah, yeah.
Very good.
Well, I come from a lawyer background, so usually it takes 10 minutes just to congratulate everybody in the room. So I'll try to make sure I'm going to be quicker than that. First of all, it's a great pleasure to be here in South Africa. We do feel like we are in our own country. We are mentioning that there's so much culture involved in Africa and South America, specifically Brazil. We do feel at home here. And we're going to talk about the new goals for a competition agency, specifically talking about sustainability. And that's a big question regarding BRICS economy and BRICS authorities. And one of the topics I keep mentioning again and again is that competition law should not be above environmental law, but that works all the way around, meaning the environmental protection should not be above competition law. They are side by side. They are equally important. So it's equally important to maintain and obey environmental law. We do not enforce, we do not promote any kind of illegal production. So the production, the competition should be legal. It should attend all the legal standards, which includes, of course, environmental protection. But it does not mean that we should not apply sanctions or we should not look for cartels or we should somehow do not apply competition law just for the sake of promoting sustainability. And that's a big issue right now. We had a few cases in CADE. We do have an ongoing investigation about this very team right now, and I'm going to briefly pass through them. So one of the cases that we did have is that some of the largest traders in food industry, like ADM, Cargill, Bunge, were getting together to set up an IT system which allowed them to monitor the environmental footprint of all the production phases. So, but this seems like a good initiative, but when you look at the system, this could be used to environmental protection, but this could also be used to exchange sensitive information among competitors. This is a big issue for us. We do not want competitors to knowing the specific information from producers. So what the system demanded that each producer should inform stuff like how much food they're producing in a specific land area, how much fertilizers they're using, how much they are paying for the employees, how much water they are using. And that kind of information, if all the competitors know about it, they could be used to predict how much production you're going to have in a single year. And of course, this could be used for anti-competitive purposes, meaning you could push producers to have lower prices when somehow the production is not what the market demands. And this could be made in detriment to producers, but not specifically in benefit of consumers, meaning the traders could get the higher slice of the pie and do not pass all these efficiencies to consumers. So in Brazilian legislation, it's very clear our mandate. Our mandate is to protect free competition, freedom of initiative, protection of consumers, the correct use of property, stuff like that. It does not mean we should overlook these goals for the sake of sustainability alone. So in Sustain IT, actually what we have done, Sustain IT is that specific case, it's the name of the system. We allowed the system to work, but we have put a lot of restriction on that. First of all, we did not allow exchange of information among competitors, meaning each company could demand information for the producer, but they could not exchange information between themselves. One of the things we have established is that they could not demand for information outside of the contract. Because what this system required is that producers should inform all of their production. So, for example, if they are selling just a small amount to Europe, and all these companies are European, they're just selling one small amount of their production to Europe, and they are selling everything else to China, they should inform the data for the whole property. So it means that these companies would be knowing all the data of the production that's actually produced to China or to Asia. China is currently our largest partner, commercial partner. So what we have established is that you could not demand for information outside of your own contract. So if you're just buying a portion of that production, you cannot demand for information that of the production that's exported to a different country or for a different buyer. So this is what was one of the restrictions, and we have imposed an antitrust protocol, and it's monitored by independent auditing. So this is already ongoing right now, so we already ruled that case, and now we are monitoring the operation. So far, we do not have any problems regarding this protocol. We had a second case from the Jogue Limpo Institute. I could translate that like Play Clean Institute, which is for lubricants manufacturers, oil industry, and they want to make sure the retro logistics is fine, meaning the dangerous products that they're using are properly discharged and not harming the nature. it was also allowed, that kind of cooperation among competitors, but we also imposed a lot of restrictions regarding sensitive information and how, what kind of data they could share and what kind of data they could not share. The third case I will mention is Catena X. Catena X is a very well-known case. It involved the automobile industry. Basically, a lot of manufacturers, mostly German manufacturers, but we had other European manufacturers as well. They wanted to exchange information regarding the CO2 footprint of all the car pieces. So just to give you an idea, every car has something like 20,000, 30,000 pieces, car pieces, like brakes, stuff like that. It's virtually impossible to know where each one of these pieces is being manufactured, because one single piece could cross along 8 countries until the point it gets to the car. So they wanted to monitor every single piece in the world, which means monitoring traffic of all this trade along worldwide. So it's a very difficult project to implement, and you need to have worldwide information. At this specific operation, we have put a lot of restrictions, meaning the manufacturer should keep all the information during 5 years, because they were having a specific communication protocol that would allow them to communicate among competitors, not using email or not using a phone call. So it would be done by the system. And of course, it's cryptographic, so it's very difficult to know what they're talking about. So at this specific operation, we have established that they needed to keep every communication for 5 years. It's, of course, all written in the system. So we did not demand access to what's going on, but we demanded to be kept for 5 years. In case we have investigation, we would require this information up to 5 years. And we required the protocol where we would have a trustee monitoring what's going on, and this trustee would have a report making sure that what's being communicated among competitors is what they're saying they would communicate. Meaning they would only communicate environmental data. They would not exchange information like prices, stuff like that. This specific operation eventually was blocked. And the reason for that is that the car manufacturers actually did not want it to be monitored. They refused to have a trustee monitoring what they were exchanging. They refused to keep track of the communication for 5 years. So at that point, this specific operation was blocked in Brazil. It's still going on in Europe, somehow in some effort, but it was completely blocked in Brazil until they agree to a remedy for that. And I'm going to, well, I'm actually finishing my time.
I will give you a little bit of time, because I think one of the online persons is not available. So we're happy to hear what you're doing in Brazil.
So I have time to greet
you have
everyone.
A time.
So these 3 cases are already closed. We already ruled on that. So they are very clearly sustainability agreements and cooperation among competitors. But in every single case that we investigated, we have seen a different level of what's going on, meaning you have on the surface the environmental protection, and underneath you would see somehow problems regarding sensitive information being exchanged. At some cases specifically, we have noticed anti-competitive conduct. So Catena X case, I'm not completely allowed to say 100% of what I wanted to say, but we do have a leniency agreement on that. And what I mean is, one of the companies that was part of Catena X, which is an operation that's blocked, signed a leniency. So for everybody that works in the agency here knows what that means, because nobody signs a leniency agreement if there is no some kind of misbehavior going on. So now we have an ongoing investigation that is a consequence of the blocking of this operation. And even though I cannot give you the full specifics, I can say that we have right now enough evidence to see that this initial protocol that was with environmental purposes apparently has a cartel working underneath. So this is the point we are right now. One of the companies already admitted the misbehavior in this specific operation. We have an ongoing investigation, and I hopefully the next time I'm going to see you again, I'm going to be talking about what we ruled in this phase 2 of Catena Acts. Right now, we're going to talk about the last case. This is probably one of the most interesting, but still ongoing. I cannot give you the specifics of the case because I'm going to rule it soon enough. But this is the soy moratorium. So I'm going to give you the context of this case and what specifically we are ruling on that. So what's the soy moratorium? This is the name of a protocol that was adopted in Brazil back in 2006 to 2008. And what was going on is that we were changing our environmental law. We had a new code of forests in Brazil. And there was a lot of doubts if this code would be more restricted or less restricted than the previous legislation. So all the buyers of soy have signed a moratorium, which is an agreement, signed an agreement, to not buy from producers that was deforestation at this phase of time. So that agreement made sense at this point in time because we were changing the legislation, and there was some concerns that people would take advantage of this change to the legislation to maybe try to cross the line and try to get the status quo in front of the new legislation. So what happens that now we have a new code in Brazil. Just to explain you the context, we do have a region in Brazil that we call the legal Amazon. The legal Amazon is broader than the Amazon by itself because it includes all the Amazon forest and the region around that. So there is a strip of protection beyond the forest by itself. And when I talk forest, people think about small forests. To give you a context on that, that's a 5 million square kilometers area. So if this was a country, this would be a top 10 country. This is actually smaller than Australia, but it's larger than India, if you talk about the land mass of that. So it's a very huge area. This is something like 60% of the Brazilian territory. That dimension would be something like half China or half US. So you can understand the aspect of the dimension of that area. So in this specific area, if you have a production, if you have a farm, something like that, that are going to use the area, and if you have a forest, you need to keep 80% of the area preserved. 80, 0. Meaning you can only use 1/5 of the property for the kind of productions, okay? This is what our environmental law says. If it's not forest, if it's a different environment, there's different standards for that. This is the more restricted one. So what's going on in this consortium, in this agreement, is that even though you are inside the law, meaning you are inside the 20%, you're just producing up to 20% of your property and you're preserving 80%, they will not buy from you if the amount of area that's being used is higher than was used in 2008. So even though you're just using like 5% of a property or 10% of a property, and you're preserving 90% of the property, if you're using an area that's higher than you were using in 2008, they will refuse to buy soy from you, specifically soy grain. So everything else is fine. If you're using for cattle, if you're using for cotton, if you're using for any kind of commodities, there's no problem because you're actually fulfilling the law. You're completely inside the environmental standards. But if you're selling soy, they will not buy for you because you're using an area higher than you were using back in 2008. This is the agreement. So right now what we are ruling in Brazil is that if this agreement is legal or not. Meaning, because we're talking about 90% of the purchases of the dealers of soy, can these 90% dealers actually establish a standard that's more restricted than the law? And if so, should they ask for permission for the competition agency? So the tribunal has not ruled on that. Our technical area actually suspended the agreement on the basis that it should be required a permission for CADE to be doing that. The dealers could not agree between themselves and put a standard that's not the legal standard and without permission from the agency. So this is what we are ruling right now. And to give you some context on the case by itself, soy production in Brazil is the largest world producer of soy by a large amount. We sell much more than the US. Our largest buyer is China. Basically, China buys something like 60 to 70% of the amount we produce. The European Union, if you put together every single country in Europe, is less than 10% of our production. And the thing is, China does not establish this kind of requirement. If you sell it to China, what you need to have is you have to fulfill the law, right? You cannot illegally produce soy, and that's the requirement to sell to China. So this requirement is actually imposed by less than 10% of our buyers, which is European Union. So this is quite interesting. I think this is something that BRICS should look into because, and it's quite right in our discussion, meaning how much of these environmental standards are being imposed to hold back our producers or hold back our trade, specifically when we are doing trades among countries that do not establish that kind of standard. So I think this is all the time that, more than all the time that I had. Thank you so much, and of course I give the word back to our Commission.
Thank you very much. I think that is quite interesting. I mean, I think we are more and more seeing most countries actually using exemptions of some kind on agreements of these nature in competition. But I think what you are saying to us is that it's very important that we ensure that there is compliance while we're giving exemptions so that there are no contravention of competition law more broadly. And I think it's something we need to all as competition authorities be very cautious about. I think I'm going to turn now to Mr. Wang Tihan from China for their address. I think you do have 10 to 12 minutes on this. Thank you.
尊敬的多丽丝切佩专员，非常感谢您对我们的邀请。那么，我们代表中国政府出席。On behalf of the state of China, we come here to attend this important competition meeting. 4 of us formed this delegation. This is the first time for 4 of us come to this beautiful country. It's quite far, but however, let me have this opportunity to extend my warmest thank you for inviting us. The theme of this conference, sustainability and trade, actually carries great practical significance. Our Chinese government fully agrees with this focus and is eager to actively participate in this discussion. Competition is the core value, core driving force of a market economy, and by optimizing resource allocation, stimulating innovation, and prevent those market failures, it promotes sustainable and healthy economic development. Only by those linking fair competition can we achieve those roles, which is a very important direction for BRICS countries, all of us, to collaborate. So I will share 3 main perspectives on these topics. Firstly, fairly competition promotes sustainable development, and competition and sustainability are independent and mutually reinforcing each other. And competition simultaneous market vitality encourage the enterprise to embrace sustainable development and fosters continuously
and healthy growth. So, for instance, like towards those low carbon, environmentally friendly and efficient practices, guide competition toward these goals. In market lacking effective competition, and our enterprises may fall into an insufficient, low cost and high pollution cycle. And our full competition encourage firms, enterprise to pursue more efficient and environmentally friendly production through those technical promoting a green and sustainable economy and a social transition in the meantime. We leverage competition and to advance those sustainability. And we will leverage those competition, and we guide as a legislative purpose. And we also leverage those the anti-monopoly law explicitly list protection public interest as a legislative purpose, guiding enterprise to consider environmental and governance responsibility in competition. We think, and secondly, I think the fair competition promotes a better business environment. We think competition and the business environment support and empower each other. And the core of a business environment is fair competition, and fair competition is its counterparts. And only by anti-monopolies and allow all market entities to compete fairly based on those product quality and service and innovation, market vitality be stimulated and the market confidence be enhanced, which can layer a solid foundation for trade and economic growth. We fully leverage competition to optimize the business environment. We deepen the construction of a unified national market. And we fully implement those fair competition reviews and create a healthy and transparent ecosystem for market economy development. For instance, we also try to strengthen the enforcement of fair competition and conduct those target anti-monopoly transactions in livelihood trend sectors, eliminate local protectionism, and administrate those monopolies so that we can create a healthy market economy development. And we
trade and competition operate within a framework that provides for prosperity for all. Thank you. I think I will turn now to Ms. Ravneet Kaur.
Thank you, Doris. It's a pleasure to be here at the 9th BRICS International Competition Conference and to be part of this panel. At the outset, my warmest gratitude to the Competition Commission of South Africa and especially the Commissioner, Ms. Doris Schapé, for organizing this conference. And we did it last time in the year 2023 in Delhi, so that was the International Competition Conference of the BRICS. And there were a lot of takeaways and insights, and we have been building on that and now coming up with new areas which are of concern for all of us. So it's a very valuable opportunity we get once in 2 years to get together and to share our insights, to refine our regulatory approach, and to also sharpen our enforcement toolkits. The session today, which we are sitting here for, is on sustainability and green growth. These are very critical part of the economic development which is taking place around us and are also now figuring in the antitrust discourse. So the intersection of antitrust and environmental goals is throwing up novel and complex challenges and the questions that we are now actively grappling with. Trade policy also, which is also having a direct impact on markets and competitiveness. So as antitrust enforcers, it is essential that we remain mindful of the broader policy developments even as we discharge our responsibilities as competition authorities. Across the globe, a lot of concern is coming up on climate change. And India has remained steadfast in its commitment to contribute to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. India's climate action plan is 5-pronged. We have 4 targets which are set for the year 2030, and then we have 1 target for 2070. Now, these targets are to reach 500 gigawatts of non-fossil electricity capacity, to generate 50% of all energy requirements from renewables, to reduce emissions by 1 billion tons from now to 2030, to reduce emission intensity of GDP by 45%. And of course, the 5th goal, which is for 2070, is to achieve net zero emissions. So a greener economic development figures very significantly in our economic development process. As a competition authority, therefore, we need to ensure that these developments are not hindered by anti-competitive barriers in accessing markets, technologies, or infrastructure. At the same time, it's also very essential for us to ensure that anti-competitive agreements, unilateral conduct, or mergers and acquisitions do not slip through under the disguise of environment sustainability. The other aspect which comes up as a complementary role is the role of regulation, taxation, and subsidy mechanisms, because those are the very primary policy tools which are being used by the government to ensure advancement of environment and sustainability goals. Now, competition policy plays a complementary role in all this, because by keeping markets contestable, fair and competitive, and free from anti-competitive practices, we will be able to create conditions where green innovation and sustainable business models can thrive. Therefore, sustainability considerations can arise in our area of competition enforcement. It's important that we look at genuine collaborations that are necessary and those are allowed to grow. We facilitate the same, but prevent agreements from becoming a cover for cartel conduct. Agreements to collectively overcharge on the pretext of environment standards or jointly reduce competition on sustainability-related product features, colluding to delay introduction of environmentally friendly technologies, are the concerns which would fall foul of competition law provisions. In case of unilateral conduct, dominant firms may use sustainability claims as justifications to defend alleged abusive actions. Similarly, when we look at merger review, the loss of competition between firms may weaken incentives to innovate and develop environment-friendly technologies. So examining these issues appropriately can contribute effectively to collective efforts to achieve sustainability goals. Looking at the competition law in India, the competition law in India only looks at potential harm to competition, but we also look at pro-consumer and pro-competitive benefits. So when we look at the Competition Act of 2002, there is a specific section of the Act, which is Section 19(3) of the Act, which looks at what are the factors we have to consider when we do a competition assessment. And in that, we have benefits to consumers, improvements in production or distribution of goods or provision of services, promotion of technical, scientific, and economic development. So all these various factors would come into looking at environmental sustainability considerations. In case of horizontal agreements, if companies form joint ventures resulting in measurable efficiency improvements, then they can be presumed to be not anti-competitive. So thus, the sustainability-focused joint ventures can also be taken as in line with the Competition Act. Similarly, factors like innovation, benefits of combinations, contribution to economic development, those are the factors which can allow even mergers and acquisitions to happen where sustainability considerations are significant. Our basic approach in India is to have a case-by-case approach. So we're not really looking at anything which is very clearly deterministic. We are watching very closely the developments happening in international jurisdictions. Some agencies are looking at anti-competitive cases, which is like, example is Brazil here. It was very interesting to hear him on that. There are some competition authorities which have come up with guidelines, guidance, like we have the Japan green guidelines. So we are really watching all that very closely. So far, we've not had to look at any case which is coming up significantly with environment considerations. So the approach that we have in the Competition Authority in India is that we are going to look at preserving and promoting competition. Our basic thing is that the competition law doesn't need to be stretched to look at directly environmental challenges. But we do have factors where the various benefits which are going to come through from environmental sustainability will get incorporated into our competition assessment. So the overall approach is that we don't dilute our competition objectives and we don't allow them to get outweighed by other non-competition objectives. So that is broadly the approach. Another aspect of today's conference is trade. So I would just like to talk a little about trade because antitrust and trade liberalization are complementary tools. And they enable us to create open and competitive markets. So trade liberalization facilitates market access by reducing tariff and non-tariff barriers. Trade rules shape markets, and tariffs have a direct bearing on competitiveness. Because if trade negotiations and tariff setting fall within the remit of government policy, That's not an area which we look at, but they can have implications for markets, for supply chains, configurations, and ultimately for competition. So when we look at tariff barriers, higher tariffs on inputs may lead to increasing the cost of doing business. So they may create incentives for collusive responses from user industries. The rise in input cost may result in distortionary effects in terms of larger firms being able to absorb the higher cost and thereby creating difficulties for the smaller players. So reducing contestability can entrench incumbents. In the face of uncertainty, economic turbulence, and disrupted supply chains for inputs, firms may seek to share strategic information. Economic uncertainty can prompt firms to secure supply through exclusive contracts. So those are the things which we are carefully looking at and monitoring as a competition authority. And our role basically is that the trade conditions should not compromise market fairness. Given changing tariffs, companies should be aware that how the antitrust law will look at the various measures or various steps they take, keeping in view the trade considerations. As I mentioned earlier, public interest, which is the last part of this panel today, doesn't directly figure in our Competition Act in India. But then it does come in through various broader considerations, that is, at benefit to consumers, promoting competition, promoting scientific, technical, and development, and adoption of new technologies. So that is how we integrate the public interest into our competition law. So therefore, we do not necessarily provide for public interest, but the factors which are looked at for competition assessment, they are the guiding principles, and we in India continue to remain committed as a competition authority to facilitate environmental sustainability and to also look at how the trade scenario pans out across the world, and are very open to learning from the developments happening, especially among BRICS countries, to exchange views, to understand from each other how other countries are addressing the issues which are coming up. Thank you.
Ravli, thank you very much. And I think we are seeing a lot of different interventions that are coming from other countries and other jurisdictions. And that's the beauty of these conversations we have amongst different authorities, to learn from each other and to see what is the best way to try and get a framework that works for all of us. I think I'll take this opportunity to invite Maxime, and apologies once more for not calling you on stage earlier. So this is your opportunity. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, I'm happy to welcome you at the 9th BRICS International Competition Conference. I would like to thank Government of Republic of South Africa, Competition Commission of South Africa, Doris Schepe, and the team of the Commission for preparing such a big event. I am confident that the conference will become a platform for exchanging experience and finding progressive solutions to current issues. The holding of conference is provided by a memorandum of understanding between the BRICS competition authorities signed in 2016. For the first time, the conference is held in a widened format. The BRICS growing is a convincing sign of increasing role of association in the global economy. We welcome the decision of BRICS leaders to involve new members into our work. We will be glad to enhance cooperation in the field of competition policy with the authorities of the invited countries. Together, we will be able to achieve even greater results. As the BRICS leaders noted in the 17th summit, it is necessary to further expand cooperation in the field of competition law and policy between the BRICS countries. That will help to promote sustainable market development, counter effectively cross-border anti-competitive practices, and create a favorable market environment. In order to implement the tasks set by the leaders of our countries, the BRICS competition authorities continued a constructive dialogue on all aspects of competition policy and law enforcement in order to develop approaches to solving existing problems. The BRICS Plus outreach format is gaining momentum. 13 countries are already BRICS partners, and more than 20 countries want to join the activities of the association. Consolidation of efforts by BRICS competition authorities is especially important in context of globalization of economic processes. I thank my colleagues for successful interaction. Free and healthy competition between market players is a key in achieving sustainable development goals. The anti-monopoly regulation tools make it possible to ensure the stability of market system by providing the diversity of its players, maintaining the choice and availability of goods and services for citizens, as well as preventing anti-competitive practices. Currently, modern anti-monopoly legislation has been formed in Russia. Practice of its application is constantly being improved. The FAST Russia pays special attention to the development of competition and control over compliance with anti-monopoly legislation in socially significant markets. If violations are detected, we take necessary response measures. In food markets, constant monitoring of food prices is carried out in order to apply stabilizing measures. We are in constant dialogue with retail chains and manufacturers. The practice of responsible pricing is developing when participants take on voluntary obligations to limit their own prices. The mechanism of voluntary restrictions by manufacturers and retail chains on prices and markups for goods is applied in many regions of Russia in accordance with the resolution of government of the Russian Federation as of 2023. At the same time, voluntary price commitments are taken not only by food chains, but also by other traders. This includes products for kids, office supplies, electronics, pharmacies, and gas stations. Such a mechanism operates in 70 regions with the participation of more than 14,000 trade companies. As a result of work carried out, markups on so-called first price goods have decreased from 22 to 4.7%. Great attention is paid to the pharmaceutical sector in order to provide population with sufficient quantity of medicines, eliminate unjustified price increases, increase range, and improve quality of medical care. We conduct a constant comparative analysis of prices for essential medicine with their prices in reference countries. If we see that our prices are higher, we notify manufacturers on the need to reduce their prices. In 2024, the FAST Russia analyzed 11,000 prices declared by manufacturers. Based on the result of economic analysis, nearly 900 product prices were reduced by an average of 15%. In order to provide patients, especially children, with most modern and complex medicines, including those unregistered in Russia, the FAST Russia cooperates with the government charity fund Circle of Kindness. And the process is as follows. We analyze global prices for a medical product. When we use the data about lowest price for this medical product is in negotiations with companies. The results of agreement are recorded in tripartite protocols, which are subsequently used when concluding contracts. We try to demonstrate clearly to pharmaceutical companies the benefits of selling medicines in Russia even at reduced price, thanks to which Circle of Kindness Fund receives medicines at low prices and can provide them to more children. Another priority of the FAST Russia is the development of competition in the field of education in order to increase the availability of educational services. In 2024, the FAST Russia opened a case against the publisher Prosveshchenie, which is a monopolist in the Russian publishing market. Most schools purchase educational materials from this publisher. In January 2025, the FAST Russia found the publisher to have violated competition legislation in terms of setting monopolistically high prices for textbooks. We issued the publisher in order to reduce these prices and transfer illegally obtained income to the state budget. One more important area of our work is improving competition regulation in the digital economy, aimed at preventing restrictions of competition and infringement of consumer interests. 2 years ago, the fifth anti-monopoly package of amendments to the law of protection competition came into force. It allowed the Fast Russia to take effective response measures in digital markets. Recently, the e-commerce market and marketplace have been rapidly developing. The Fast Russia continues to pay increased attention to this sector in order to protect market players, develop competition between online and retail sellers, provide a wide range of goods and services to consumers at affordable prices, and prevent selling of counterfeit products. In 2024, the Fast Russia reviewed a large number of complaints against the actions of leading Russian marketplace. As a result, the marketplaces got warnings for imposing unfavorable conditions on the sellers. The marketplaces complied with them and made changes to their work. In 2025, more warnings were issued for non-transparent mechanisms for sellers to participate in automatic promotions. In particular, marketplace made changes to the terms of promotion on their platforms, due to which goods automatically fell into the sale category. Discounts on them were set at the expense of sellers without their consent. In order to comply with our warnings, the marketplace have already implemented the option for sellers to refuse permanently to participate in such auto promotions. The principles of interaction between participants in digital markets developed in 2022 continue to be applied. The document is aimed at creating a self-regulation institution. Market players voluntarily committed themselves not to engage in unfair practices in relation to consumers or competitors. The set of fair practices for interaction of marketplace, which copyright holders and sellers, is applied in order to prevent sale of counterfeit products on marketplaces. Given the cross-border nature of markets, we strive to use our experience to regulating digital markets at the international level. In 2024, the model principles and standards of the activities of participants in BRICS digital markets were adopted. The document is a set of rules, same for all BRICS countries, for the activities of digital companies. I believe it is important to develop this activity. I am convinced that mutual exchange of experience between our competition authorities as well as the BRICS partners in the BRICS plus outreach format will improve the mechanism for regulating digital markets and will contribute to the creation of transparent rules for doing business in BRICS. In addition, BRICS competition authorities are currently focused on issues related to impact of artificial intelligence on competition. It is important to continue this work in order to maintain fair competition on digital markets in times of spread of artificial intelligence technologies. Another priority area of the Fast Russia is combating cartels and bid rigging. Cartels cause significant damage to the economy. In 2024, the biggest number of cartels was in such sectors as construction and road complex, pharmaceuticals, passenger transportation, real estate, and social catering. In 2024, more than 300 cases were initiated. The total amount of fines amounted to more than $20 million. The Fast Russia also detects cartels on marketplace. In 2024, we revealed a cartel of headphone sellers on marketplace who corresponded with each other in a Telegram chat. Their aim was to control prices for headphones on different marketplaces through Russia. In January 2025, the Fast Russia found the headphone sellers guilty. We are gradually improving the mechanisms of identifying and suppressing cartels. In August 2025, the law of creation of State Information System anti-cartel came into force. The system allows to identify automatically the risks of violation of competition legislation using artificial intelligence and elements of machine learning. The implementation of the system ensures state budget savings and helps to create pro-competitive conditions at tenders. Speaking about environmental sustainable development, in accordance with the Constitution of Russian Federation, a government of Russian Federation take measures to preserve the natural wealth and biological diversity of Russia. Since January 2025, the national project Ecological Well-being has been implemented. In 2019-2024, the national project Ecology has been implemented. Both projects are aimed at reducing the volume of solid waste stored in landfills. It is necessary to achieve 100% sorting of municipal solid waste and reduce the amount of solid waste in landfills by 50% by the year of 2030. The role of FAS Russia is a regulator in implementation of these national projects is to ensure control over tariffs for municipal solid waste management services, analyze relevant markets for sign of anti-competitive agreements, as well as form an industry-specific regulatory framework. The work has its positive outcomes. In June 2025, the FAS Russia revealed a cartel in the field of solid waste transportation in one of the regions of Russia worth more than $100 million. Violators will face turnover fines. Cooperation between BRICS competition authorities also contributes to the achievement of sustainable development goals, as well as enrichment of trade and economic relations between our countries. As you know, Russia is a member of the Eurasian Economic Union. The Union concludes free trade zones agreements with some of the BRICS members. Agreements with China and Iran are already in effect, and agreements with Indonesia, Egypt, and the United Arab Emirates are preparing to enter into force. BRICS competition authorities are working to ensure that these agreements include provisions on fair competition and trade relations in order to prevent anti-competitive practices and increase the level of transparency of trade procedures. The conclusion of such agreements is also important in the context of imposition by a number of states of unilateral coercive measures that hinder trade. This work contributes to the construction of an effective system of equal and mutual benefit cooperation, free from discrimination and sanction pressure, protecting our own economies and promoting national interests. In addition, the global sustainable development goals are in line with the tasks we have set in the BRICS working groups. Currently, the BRICS working group for the research of competition issues in pharmaceutical markets, with the support of BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center, is conducting a study of competition issues in biosimilars market. The study is aimed at assessing the effectiveness of existing anti-monopoly measures in BRICS pharmaceutical markets. Based on the result of this study, a report will be prepared. It will contain recommendations for improving anti-monopoly regulation in order to increase the availability of medicine, expand their range, and develop innovations. The BRICS Working Group for Research of Competition Issues in Food Markets focuses on assessing issues on competition regulation in agricultural market and improving food security in BRICS. Together with BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center, we launched a large-scale industry study. Based on the result of this work, a report will be prepared. It will contain recommendations for improving competition regulation tools in order to reduce negative consequences of prices volatility in global food market and improve food security. In addition, BRICS competition authorities have conducted a study of competition issues on the renewable energy sector with the aim of developing improved measures to regulate this industry in the BRICS countries. We will discuss all the studies and their results in more detail at subsequent sessions of conference. In conclusion, I would like to add that anti-monopoly regulation measures will let us continue to promote implementation of global sustainable development goals and deepen trade and economic ties for the benefit of our economies and in the interests of our citizens. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this session. I also thank my colleagues for their interesting reports. I wish productive work to all participants of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Maxime. I think what you've done towards the end is almost to bring the work that we do and the work of the working group on how we integrate these issues together to ensure that actually, as we are implementing some of these proposals, we do so in a manner that affects all of us and with a constructive manner. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I'll now turn to Sophia and give you an opportunity to speak.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very glad to be here today as we are the first time joining the BRICS conference and competition, and it will not be the last one. And we recently joined the competition group, and this is why we are keen to be here to learn from other countries, as we in UAE is restructuring our framework, and we also in a stage of building capacity and have more experience in these fields. It's a privilege for United Arab Emirates to join this important discussion. Allow me to extend our appreciation to the organizers and fellow BRICS partners to creating the space to address the evolving intersection between trade, competition, and sustainability. Around the world, competition authorities are expanding their remits, not only to safeguard markets, but also to address wider goals such as employment, investments, and increasingly environmental sustainability. While this reflects legitimate concerns, we must be cautious if sustainability is applied rigidly in merger control or enforcement. It may justify larger concentration, restrict market entry, and act as barrier for developing economies. In effect, the very policies mean to advance fairness could create new imbalances in trade and competition. The UAE has placed sustainability at the core of its national agenda. Hosting COP28 was a milestone. Yet we believe strongly that sustainability must complement competition, not undermine it. To achieve this, we encourage dialogue between trade and competition authorities, support for developing economies to adopt, and international cooperation, including through BRICS, to ensure global rules are balanced and inclusive. Our collective task is not to choose between sustainability and competition, but to design policies that advance both. The UAE stands ready to work with you all to ensure sustainability, strengthening markets rather than fragment them. Allow me to tell you about also an experiment from UAE Ministry of Economy and Tourism is to create a working group. We call it food clusters. This is an initiative where the Ministry of Economy want to work closely with the private sectors to understand the challenges in the sector. It's not only the food producer or suppliers, it includes all logistics involved in this sector. By having this working group where the private sector themselves talk to each other about their challenges, we came across to know the exact what is happening in the market, and this is very important for us as a competition authority to understand the market. and what is the other, intersections happening and cause changing prices or increase, for example, number of companies in such a sector or reducing this number. One of them was the sustainability standards, where there is some companies invest a lot to adopt the new standards and to change their internal, process and production, where this cost negatively on their profit. And to cover this, they intend to increase their prices or find other markets. So by knowing that these standards will affect the market directly or indirectly, this led us also to work closely with the Ministry of Climate Change in UAE to also make in consideration any kind of support to the sectors, so they will not have this excuse to harm the market or let other players go out of the market. So this is one initiative where we are happy to share this experience. And also, there is another control announced by Ministry of Economy and Tourism 2 years back, is to make control of some commodities, essential commodities, and not to change any prices unless they took a direct approval from Ministry of Economy. These essential commodities, for example, milk, poultry, and oils, and some important or essential goods. By implementing this now for 2 years and studying the request to increase prices, one of the reasons were to accommodate the standards of sustainability, where we taking this into consideration when studies such this will affect the consumers immediately, or we can have other way to cover these costs, not to keep it on consumer directly. And as UAE also a trade hub, where we are involving in the supply chain, we also have, as you know, the CEBA agreement, where it's increased the import and re-export products. So all these together will affect the standards or implementation the standards, or interact with other countries where have their also standards. We are working very closely with other authorities to make sure that there is fair competitions in the market. In the same time, we are increasing the number of studies within the authority to understand what is happening and what is the changes in the market and how this will affect the consumer, and also the merger or controls within the sectors themselves. So this is just in brief what is happening in UAE, and we are keen to learn more about other countries, especially if there is any live case of investigations, how it started, whether it's start from direct complaints or it's just a market studies. So we are happy to be there, and we will continue the dialogues with others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sophia. I think you raise a very important point, which is competition, policy, trade, and sustainability. These are not either-or choices, but yes, we have to find a way to ensure that we integrate them in a way that we do enhance competition in the market, while at the same time promoting sustainability and the environment to ensure that they benefit all consumers and the public more largely. Makale is a strict timekeeper, and he has been whispering in my ear that while I thought we had enough time because 2 of our online participants were not here, we may just be moving out of time. So I think I will conclude, Makale, if you allow me, and just to thank all the participants for their for sharing with us some of the work that they are doing in their own countries, but also how they view how we can cooperate as a BRICS community on dealing with sustainability, trade, and competition. And I think we do and all agree that there is a delicate interaction between these 3, but we also agree that climate action is quite urgent, and it's something that we all need to be dealing with the urgency it requires. But we must also guard against green protectionism. Already we're seeing some unilateral actions that are coming that may, in fact, distort markets and disadvantage, especially developing economies, and we need to find a balanced approach in this regard. The Rio de Janeiro Declaration of 2024 warned against such measures. It also welcomed the establishment of the BRICS Laboratory for Trade, Climate, and Sustainable Development. Our task today, and even within the working group, is to translate that vision into enforcement practices to ensure that merger regulation and review, cartel investigation, and abuse of dominance cases integrate sustainability within our work without becoming a pretext of exclusion. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to us, and I thank my panel members, and I think it's about time you gave them a very rousing round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, and thank you for the very insightful insights into how the different jurisdictions are handling this very important topic. While our heads are taking their last photograph before they get off the podium, I would just like to let you know what's happening next. We will be breaking for lunch until 1 o'clock. For the heads, you will be having your lunch upstairs at meeting room 11. There will be people to guide you on where to go. And then for everybody else, lunch will be served, I believe, to your right-hand side. There is another hall dedicated for lunch. I believe you will be served outside and then go through to the other hall for your lunch. And I'll request that everybody kindly please be back on time so that we don't run over. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Apologies for the delayed start. I'm assuming the reason everyone was late coming back in is because lunch was really good and it really kept you at your tables. But without further ado, I'd like to introduce the new session, the second session on digital markets and AI. And there will also be a short presentation on the outcomes and learnings of the BRICS Digital Markets Working Group. And our moderator for this session is Deputy Commissioner Hadin, and he will introduce those who will be on the same panel with him. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and welcome to this session. I believe it's one of the most important discussions on digital markets and artificial intelligence. So what we have, this session is in two parts. So we have the first part where there will be a short presentation on the learnings of the BRICS Digital Markets Working Group, right? So this is how we'll start it. We have Commissioner Carlos Gomez from CADE, Brazil, to my further left. And we will have Mikhail, who is standing in for Leslie. So if you see Leslie later, she's around, she just engaged in another discussion. So this is how we will proceed today. Right, so we hopefully will be joined by the colleague from Pharma. He's around, but he's also still engaged in another meeting. So, Commissioner Gomez, you start on the first part.
Okay.
From the BRICS Digital Markets Working Group.
So, good afternoon, and thank you to everyone. And I appreciate the organization to bring me here to represent my country, Brazil, and the Brazilian Competition Authority, as we said, CADE, to give some remarks about the BRICS Digital Markets Working Group. I can start to saying that the digital markets still pose challenges to competition authorities. But much has changed since the first BRICS report and the digital economy released in 2019. The leading role of artificial intelligence raises questions that are even more complex to be addressed by competition authorities. It is undeniable that next frontier of competition policy, particularly in the investigation of anti-competitive conducts. The global market remains controlled by large tech players, such as Microsoft, Google, NVIDIA, and it's also worth noting that such companies also control important infrastructure, such as the cloud, which may become similar to an essential infrastructure for entrance in the market of AI. Antitrust authorities must take a closer look into all levels of the AI value chain, not only the interface known to customers. It's more likely that competitive problems are behind it in the value chains. So what can the BRICS country do about it? Exchange of investigative tools, exchange of studies, the need for a wide cooperation between the countries given the concern of AI. The BRICS countries must pay attention to the effects that market concentration in the tech sector play on inequality rates. There is a widening gap of access to technology, and it's a high time competition authorities recognize the role they can play in ensuring economic and social development in the age of growing challenges. Opportunities to discuss, such as the BRICS Working Group, are essential to the development of competition policy in the countries involved, making sure every jurisdiction is keeping up with the most pressing challenges of our time. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. So Mikhail Voronin, he'll be speaking from as a private sector perspective, right, from the Russian Corporate Council Association. So he's the head of the antitrust committee there. But you can remind me how many companies you represent?
It's about 200.
I can imagine, yes.
We have a lot of companies in Russia.
So it's a very big economy, Russia. So over to you, Mikhail. Just your learnings from the working groups.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. First of all, I would like to express sincere gratitude to the Competition Commission of South Africa. It's an excellent organization of this conference. And on behalf of the co-chairs of the BRICS Working Group for research of competition issues on the in digital markets, Russia and Brazil, I'm pleased to present a brief report on its activities. This working group is one of the working groups of BRICS competition authorities established in 2019 in accordance with the Memorandum of Cooperation of 2016. The establishment of this group was driven by active digitalizations of many business processes, which on one hand stimulates economic growth and contributes to increasing the well-being of the population, and on the other hand may pose some risks to competition. As it was said, the number of cases of abuse of dominant position by companies using new technologies, artificial intelligence, and so on is growing. There are a lot of digital mergers which require close assessment. So BRICS competition authorities are actively seeking to develop the state policy in the field of digital market regulation. Exchange of information, conducting joint research, exchange of experience, practical cooperation are the main tasks of our working group. And in light of widespread digitalization, the working group is becoming particularly relevant. It is especially worth noting that the cases Russia investigated against such digital giants as Google, Apple, Booking, Microsoft, and Nvidia was mentioned also, as well as the theories of harm that we applied, were similar in our jurisdictions, in a lot of jurisdictions that are not in BRICS also, maybe in some different international organizations. So the working group has been and remains a dialogue platform for BRICS competition authorities to share knowledge and to develop advanced approaches. The outcomes of the digital reports of BRICS competition authorities have become a practical aid in carrying out our activities. And a draft law on digital ecosystems in Brazil, guidelines for regulating digital platforms in China, a report on regulation of e-commerce in South Africa, recommendation documents in Brazil, also amendments to legislation in India, and much more were developed. It was mentioned by Maxim Alexeyevich Askolsky that digital amendments to the anti-monopoly legislation have also been developed in Russia. 2 years ago, it was the 5th anti-monopoly package of amendments, and currently the Fast Russia is already working on the 6th package, which proposes to define the criteria for non-transactional platforms, such as social networks, search engines, video hosting platforms, etc. And the amendments also plan to address the practice of using intellectual property immunities, which is very relevant for digital markets. BRICS competition authorities within the working group pay great attention to finding a balance between classical law enforcement and soft law. We consider these two aspects not just as alternatives, but they should complement each other. For example, what relates to deep discounts issue on marketplaces. In Turkey, there is a law which regulates the issue, which prohibits these deep discounts for huge marketplaces. And in China, the recent developments is this soft law approach. They have this Self-Regulation Act, which was signed by all of the huge marketplaces related to self-limitation of such deep discounts. Over the past 5 years, we have reviewed cases against global digital platforms, as it was said, and marketplaces also. Maxim Alexeyevich told about these cases in Russia related to all these platforms and marketplaces. But today, digital solutions of, for example, Fast Russia, it's not only about digital technologies. It's not only about business entities, but also related to governmental bodies. Like Fast Russia is proactively using digital technologies, like some information systems, like anti-cartel, which was mentioned, like dashboard of price indicators. It's a real-time analysis of prices, of pricing in markets. Today, as it was said already, there is a trend of artificial intelligence. So unfair market participants seek to take advantage of such technologies. And facing this challenge, we decided to investigate closely this issue in order to better understand the functioning of AI mechanisms. The BRICS countries pay great attention to the regulation of AI on the highest level. On July 7th, 2025, during the 70th BRICS Summit, the BRICS leaders adopted a declaration on global governance of AI. They expressed their intention to promote development and application of AI technologies that focus on inclusivity, sustainability, and respect for human rights. So, moreover, this issue is being researched in other formats as well, like in CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States, like in Shanghai Cooperation Organization, Organization of Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, and Association of Southeast Asian Nations, and much more of such. For example, in UNCTAD, there is the issue of AI has been chosen as a priority area of its activities for the next 5 years, and this will allow for a comprehensive assessment of AI. In conclusion, I would like to wish all the participants the productive sessions. Thank you for your attention, and I want to say it once more. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a very great organization, and it's my first time in South Africa. And this lanyard is the best lanyard I've ever seen ever. It's amazing, actually. Thank you so much.
I'll call it now. Yeah. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mikhail, for that. The linear they can keep. So this is Itebukhang's specialty. So she told me that there's a delegate here who kept the one 10 years ago. So it can last for more than that. Yeah. If you look after it. Yes, if you look after it. So thank you very much for that update from the working group. So the purpose was really to give you a brief update on what the BRICS working group in digital markets has been doing, just from the perspective of the authorities and as well as private sector, because we represent, I think, collectively, probably the largest firms in some segments, of this market in the world. So this is a big group of companies we engage with in this platform. So I will move to the next segment. I would ask Mikhail to stay here. Commissioner Gomez, you are in the second segment, so you stay. If we have time, we will take some questions, maybe last 10 minutes, if we have time. So Mikhail, you stay, in case that
No problem.
in case that happens. And I'll call now our delegate from Sama, China, Mr. Ma Zongu to join us on the stage. So welcome, sir. As you know, this session is about the development of AI and global impact on competition. So it is a pleasure to welcome our counterparts from the BRICS community and the Global South. The discussion on the development of artificial intelligence and global impact on competition is timely. AI is no longer a niche input. It is becoming the indispensable infrastructure for the functioning of markets. In fact, markets as we know them today are transforming at a rapid pace. Some markets may disappear, others will expand, and new ones will emerge. South Africa, like many other economies, is developing a policy framework on AI, focusing on the impact of AI in the economy and effective measures to harness AI, building on the presidential 2020 report on the fourth industrial revolution. You also know that South Africa is leading the G20 this year. There is a committee specific to AI issues. There are deliberations underway, and there will be reports in the G20 summit under South Africa's presidency, in the summit to be held later this year in Johannesburg. The opportunity presented by AI for economies are huge. According to the 2025 UNCTAD Technology and Innovation Report, the market value of AI is expected to reach US $4.8 trillion by 2033. That's a projected five-fold increase in value compared to the period today. The market is highly concentrated at a global level, as the UNCTAD report shows. The concentration of economic activity is mostly in the USA and China. To ensure inclusion in these markets, there's need for investment in enabling AI infrastructure, particularly electricity, high-speed internet connectivity, computing power, servers, and data centers. In addition to this key infrastructure, countries should invest in skills through training and retraining measures in workplaces and in learning institutions, from basic to advanced skills. If competition authorities get competition regulation wrong on AI, two things are possible. The actions of competition authorities may inhibit the effectiveness of AI, or leading firms in AI may attain unassailable market power. However, if competition authorities get it right, there is potential to increase firm productivity, unlock new possibilities in markets, foster inclusion and innovation, in essence, simplifying things to make lives better for society. AI, and the UNCTAD report reflects on this, can fast-track the attainment of sustainable development goals. Under Brazil's 2025 presidency, BRICS leaders issued a leaders' declaration and a leader statement on the global governance of AI, elevating access, inclusion, and the needs of the global South. The declaration is focused on solutions at a multilateral level, inclusive governance, and caution against extractive and exploitative approaches. These principles dovetail with competition regulators' mandate in opening markets for AI inputs and services. The BRICS leaders' AI statement reflects that artificial intelligence represents a milestone opportunity to boost development towards a more equitable future, fostering innovation, enhancing productivity, advancing sustainable practices, and concretely improving the lives of people everywhere on the planet. The statement further reflects that fair competition and market regulation are at the heart of an equitable AI future. The digital economy requires safeguarding the rights and obligations of states, companies, and users under domestic legal frameworks and regulations and applicable international agreements to level the playing field towards innovation and economic growth. We underline the importance of avoiding regulatory fragmentation and of promoting fair and transparent market regulations that encourage competition, enhance competitiveness, and avoid distortions of any kind, thus ensuring a sustainable and healthy market environment. That's what the leaders in the BRICS have said. Now, how do we link this up to the work of the working group that you've just had? So at the last meeting of the BRICS working group for these issues in digital markets, this was held in Moscow in April this year. The focus in that meeting was on AI's implications on competition, market power, in access to chips and cloud, data access, and risks of vertical integration. South Africa's delegation presented a perspective on how AI may amplify the gatekeeping already seen in core digital platforms and cloud markets, and how ex-ante tools can complement investigations. Some of the challenges facing emerging markets, including South Africa, are access to data and the broader AI infrastructure. This creates high barriers to entry and expansion. Therefore, there is a need to develop local capabilities in this regard, among BRICS nations. And as I've said, China is already leading in this space, and we can learn a lot from our counterparts there. Since then, the working group, working with the BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center, has continued its various tasks, with some of the outcomes having been shared earlier. I think you've heard from Commissioner Gomez, you've heard from Mikhail. There is a lot of work that these colleagues have done. We've even released a report on digital markets in the BRICS. We have been noting, activities in other competition authorities around the world, testing new theories and tools around AI. There are concerns around the use of algorithmic pricing, so this has been said for some time, sensitive data exchanges, algorithmic collusion, approach to generative AI, as well as broader effects on markets. For BRICS economies, but this essentially applies to all economies, main risks to competition presented by advances in AI are mainly, we just identify 4, which is access to chips and the cloud. It's a big issue there. Access to data, vertical integration risks, standard setting, and interoperability. And with this, what can the BRICS do, either through the working group or at different other levels? We can start working on measures to reduce barriers to entry in AI markets. Where we find concerns, coordinate on effective remedy design. Start monitoring, concerns around possible, access issues to many other cloud facilities. Think of measures to enhance interoperability so that our firms can be able to participate in these markets. And finally, cooperation on investigations where we are running those cases. And with that, we think in order to demonstrate policy leadership, deepen cross-border cooperation, and shape a coherent response to the unique challenges of digital markets, particularly AI, BRICS competition authorities should continue coordinating their efforts. I think we're even getting larger now, which creates an opportunity for us to drive this agenda. More importantly, but this is a policy issue, because we can always talk about conduct and many other concerns, but countries should invest in AI at the basic level in internet infrastructure and electricity. And I think without this, many countries are going to be left behind, and they will not benefit from advances in AI. AI will not wait for BRICS nations to perfect statutes or regulatory approaches, but with evidence-based approaches, BRICS competition authorities can ensure that AI markets advance market inclusion. This also requires an all-of-society approach. This is not just about regulators sitting here talking amongst themselves. We require business, civil society, and many other actors in society. And with these short remarks, I will invite colleagues from Brazil, and I have colleagues from China, to share their perspectives on this topic. Thank you. Brazil.
Yes. Thank you to be here again. and this panel for the development of AI and global impact on competition. And I will bring from Brazil 3 points, 2 cases and 1 tool that address this impact. And the question is, what is CAD doing to track the global impact of AI on competition? The first one is the tool. It's called the BRAIN project. In Portuguese, we used to say Projeto Cérebro. CAD has developed an internal detection tool called Project BRAIN project, which uses artificial intelligence to monitor and process public procurement databases. The project carries out data mining and applies economic filters to detect cartels. This is one of the authority's most important achievements in the fight against cartels in public tenders. Project BRAIN uses the called ComprasNet, NetBuy, database, as well as those of other government agencies to which CAD has access. With around 60,000 public procurement processes carried out every year, CAD prioritized the application of filters to data relating to traditionally problematic markets or to markets in which cartels reports have been filled. And now I'll present a case that the BRAIN project came through. It's in a case called the outsourcing cartel investigation. CAD just had its first case in which it employed AI to cross data in a public procurement process. The investigation was triggered by irregularities detected in an electronic tender organized by CAD itself to hire fire brigade service. After the auction ended, CAD's procurement department contracted the winning company to request the necessary documents. During this process, unusual circumstances came to light, which raised suspicions and ultimately led to the identification of cartel practices in public service outsourcing contracts. CAD examined almost 5,000 cases in public tenders, seeking to identify whether it could detect patterns in the outsourced service sector. This was only possible due to the BRAIN project. And the second application of the tool in regard to algorithms and pricing. The CAD's General Superintendents launched an administrative proceeding to investigate whether price algorithms has been used in the fuel sector to facilitate a cartel among gas stations. This is CAD's first investigation, specifically focused on algorithmic pricing, raising an alert on the subject. CAD is investigating whether a fuel pricing system developed by a startup named 9th BRICS influences or facilitates uniform commercial behavior through algorithmic pricing in the fuel market. The authority is also examining whether the Minas Petro is the name of association, a trade association, Minas Petro, by recommending APRIX, the tool, to its members under the justification of helping them set prices correctly, may have engaged in the same unlawful practice. CAD found that the gas station networks that had contracted the software developed by APRIX simply replicated the prices suggested by the system. The case is still under investigation by the General Superintendence of CAD. So this is my short contribution for the discussion.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think CAD has been leading, I think, in this space. I think you have a lot more cases, but I hope, we have more time for you to share more. Some from Pharma, from China. Please, you have the floor.
Dear colleagues, I'm very delighted to also I'm pleased. Second Antitrust Enforcement Department, and I will focus on the AI merger and acquisition and smart AI-assisted regulatory practices. As you may have observed, in recent years, AI-related mergers and acquisitions have attracted a global attraction, especially large tech companies acquiring AI startups. For example, NVIDIA acquires Ronai AI, and also more recently, Google acquiring cloud security provider Wiz for $32 billion. In addition, some investments and collaborations between large tech companies and AI startups are considered potential ways to bypass merger and acquisition control review. For instance, Microsoft's investment in OpenAI and Google and Amazon's investment in Anthropic. These transactions of merger and acquisition are perceived as potentially further enhancing the market power of large AI companies. We are equally attentive to these issues and risks, but we also observe that AI development and market competition in China have distinctive characteristics. Currently, China's core AI industry is valued at approximately at about RMB 600 billion yuan, with over 4,000 upstream and downstream companies, forming a relatively comprehensive AI ecosystem. Among these, there are over 300 generative AI service large models, including the well-known DeepSeek. Overall, domestic competition in AI is relatively robust, with major tech companies such as Alibaba, Tencent, Douyin, and Baidu. These giant companies in China actively participating and competing in the AI field. Regarding merger and acquisition, in the case of generative large models, due to the continuous need for substantial investment in R&D and training, the main challenge for startups is insufficient financing rather than market competition. Of course, we focus on highly concentrated markets. In one case, we expressed competition concerns regarding a domestic platform's merger and acquisition that could have led to self-preferencing. We considered that the acquiring platform might leverage its vast user database to provide the target company with an unfair competitive advantage. Finally, the acquirer voluntarily abandoned the transaction. Regarding the AI applications in antitrust regulation, I would like to briefly introduce our merger control antitrust system, and officially launched in the year 2022. After 3 years of development, the system has enabled the full online handling of merger control cases, covering submission, review, conditional approval, monitoring, and investigation of illegal concentrations, significantly improving regulatory efficiency. For example, declarants can submit materials online and track case progress in real time, while legal documents during review are automatically fed back through the system. For the reviewing authority, cases are automatically assigned upon submission. Data across multiple dimensions is captured for big data analysis, and the system automatically generates the basic content of legal documents. Since its launch, the system has received 2,467 merger notifications and completed 2,149 reviews, strongly supporting our enforcement works. Antitrust regulation in the digital economy, especially in AI, requires continuous exploration and strengthened communication. Next, we hope to further enhance international cooperation in digital economy regulation. We expect actively building high-level multi- and bilateral competition policy framework with relevant countries and regions to facilitate trade and deepen economic cooperation. And we also aim to enhance the digital economy antitrust cooperation, and also jointly maintain fair competition in international markets, and try to sharing knowledge and experience and best practices. That concludes my remarks. Thank you.
Much for sharing that very rich experience from China, from Pharma. As I've said, the UNCTAD report, this year's report, just shows that China is a leader in this space. If you look at the number of IPs registered, China is number one in this space, which means there is a lot that we can learn from China, within BRICS, even on enforcement approaches, the kinds of transactions you are seeing, the volume on an annual basis, approaches to market definition. There's a lot we can learn from you. So thank you very much for sharing that experience. We will open this up now to the floor. If you have any questions, because it's once in 10 years, we will bring Pharma to you. Mikhail, at least he says it's his first time, but he'll come back. Maybe once in 10 years for you to engage with Kade, the commissioners coming down here. Unless if you join us in 2 years' time in Brazil. So make this worth your while. No restrictions.
Seems like in 2 years.
No, thank you very much, colleagues. So which means, Program Director, from our end, this concludes this session on AI. Unless if, Commissioner, you want to give final remarks, Mikhail, I'll give you that opportunity. I'll give you that opportunity to give final remarks in the sequence. Yeah, you'll be last. Yeah.
In my conclusions, the BRICS competition authorities are well positioned to play a central role in opening up to black box of the Thai oligopoly by the ABCD traders. In doing so, they would fulfill the political promise of the BRIC leaders to unleash the potential of the BRICS as the key actors in ensuring global food security, as recognized in the Rio de Janeiro Declaration of 2025 BRICS Summit. Given the interest already expressed by BRICS competition authorities in launching a joint sector inquiry, there is modest hope that will support of their academic partners and the bigger BRICS competition community. The competition authorities of the BRICS countries will lead the way in developing a new vision of competition in the global grain value chain. So that's my conclusion.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that. Mikhail, your final remarks.
I think that it was a lot of things that were said, and maybe it's enough. But the thing is that the AI is not that terrifying as it seems, and I'm pretty sure that BRICS, it's a good place to make a deep analysis of what it is actually. Actually, it's machine learning, and that's it. I have a final joke to you. Do you know the difference between AI and machine learning? There is none. But the only thing is that the people who works with AI has a higher salaries than works with machine learning. That's the only difference. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Mikhail, for that. The only thing, though, what I've been told, in fact, it's an academic in Russia, and he just mentioned this, that if you really want to play in the space of AI, you must do mathematics. He says those countries that are not doing maths, they will not be part of the future. Sure. So we need to invest in skills. So it may sound straightforward to you, but to lawyers and economists in this room, we are very much scared about generative AI because we really don't know. Because I understand this is way more than AI. It's a very interesting dynamic. So regulating something that you don't know how it thinks in the future, any point in time. So this is the complexity from a competition regulation point of view. You want to give final remarks? Final remarks? Sorry? Final remarks? Do you have any remarks? Do you want to say anything? Last?
Okay.
Yeah, just, yes. To thank you, yes.
Personally, I think that AI is very important. The AI actually is playing a very important role in the economic development and we need to emphasize the importance, pay high attention to the AI development, particularly some of the challenges it may bring. We need to enhance our cooperation and international exchange so as to bring the best out of the AI. Thank you.
Much for that, and I think concludes this session. You can see that from BRICS' point of view, the future is about collaboration and cooperation. That time has passed, say, of questions. I can see your hand. So the session is closed at this moment. We I think got a little bit more time for the next session I just know that, Mahale, as I'm looking around, I was going to assist you, but the colleague from the FS Russia, I can't see her in the room. Maybe she's targeting 14:30 on the pharmaceutical one. But from our side, we are done. So thank you very much.
So this is
Anastasia is not here.
this one.
He is here. He's there. But you can't call him.
Should we rather try this one?
No, this one is leading to the good one.
Okay.
Hmm? These ones are feeding into this.
Should we take a tea break?
I think we should take a tea break, like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and then we will find Anastasia. She's worried about the young, but find Anastasia. That was the thing.
Yeah, so afternoon, colleagues. We are going to take a 20-minute break whilst we are locating our next speaker. We have one. We're looking for the next one. We hope in the next 20 minutes we should be able to locate them. But my colleague here has some announcements to make.
Thank you, Mahale. Colleagues, I'd just like to announce, as Commissioner Tsepe mentioned earlier this morning, we have a gala dinner tonight, but I have some bad news. Unfortunately, there are no plus ones. So if you are not accredited, we will excuse you after our session is done, and then you won't be joining us for the gala dinner. But we assume everybody who's in the room has been accredited, and therefore you will be allowed to get into the gala dinner. But anyone else who is not here can then see us tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, I'm back again. Sorry, our speaker is here. So we are going to proceed. We are no longer taking the break now. We will take the break at the time of the break as per the program. Thank you, madam. You can go.
All right, I'm back again. May we please call up Mr. Liu Yifeng, Deputy Director, Anti-Monopoly Enforcement from the Anti-Monopoly Enforcement Department from Samoa in China, and Ms. Anastasia Dokukina, Deputy Head of the Department for International Economic Cooperation in Russia. They will be doing a short presentation on the outcomes and insights of the BRICS Pharmaceutical Working Group. Welcome. Thank you.
It's okay. Okay. 好，大家好。首先啊，非常高兴的今天能来到南非参加我们金砖国家国际竞争大会。我所在的市场监管总局反垄断一司主要负责垄断协议和滥用市场支配地位的案件办理。刚才我的同事是来自于我的兄弟司局反垄断二司，负责经营者集中。我们呢主要是负责垄断协议和滥用市场支配地位的案件。那么，医药领域的反竞争问题一直受到各国竞争监管机构的广泛关注。那么，我们中国市场监管总局也始终将医药领域作为反垄断监管执法的重点领域，切实维护医药市场的公平竞争秩序，保护消费者利益。下面我针对于医药领域的垄断协议和滥用市场支配地位案件的相关执法情况，和大家做一个简要的分享。第一是我们近年来坚决查处医药领域的违法行为，我们始终将医药领域的反垄断执法作为我们监管执法的重中之重，保持执法的高压态势，在全国范围内持续开展集中执法。那么近年来呢，市场监管总局在原料药和制剂生产销
we all together give fines and confiscate. You can see that we have modified our antitrust law and add clauses for the individual's duty or responsibility who violates the law of antitrust. So the individual may face up to 5 million yuan of fine. This is a great deter for the individual violators, and this can also safeguard the steady supply of the pharmaceutical products and also protect the consumer rights and public interests. Second, we continuously improve the institutional framework for fair competition. This year we have launched the guidelines on antitrust in the pharmaceutical sector, and we focus on the prominent monopoly issues in pharmaceutical industry, further clarify the fundamental principles of antitrust enforcement so as to enhance the effectiveness and results of the regulatory enforcement. Also, we have launched the documents such as the antitrust compliance guidelines for business operators and merger antitrust compliance guidelines, which provide clear guidance for operators in the pharmaceutical sector. Thirdly, we fully leverage coordinated regulatory efforts across different government authorities and departments. In the course of antitrust enforcement in the pharmaceutical sector, we fully leverage interdepartment cooperation, working closely with the healthcare department, a medical insurance department, and the medicine regulatory authorities. This kind of collaboration has helped significantly reduce prices of involved medicine drugs and also fostered joint efforts in major monopoly case analysis, such as information sharing and risk management. Fourth, we strengthen comprehensive policy and systematic governance. We enhance tracking research on emerging markets, conduct assessment of competition pharmaceutical online sales platform, strengthen risk monitoring and early warning, and implement preventive regulation. Antitrust compliance workshops are organized for the pharmaceutical industry, targeting industry associations and large pharmaceutical companies to promote lawful and compliant business conduct. At the same time, we also publicize and interpret the major monopoly cases and the relevant legal provisions so as to maximize the deterrent effect. For example, this week, we are holding a week focusing on the fair competition in China. And we also invited many overseas friends to join us in this publicity week for fair competition. So in future, you are also welcome to participate in similar events and activities. Usually they are in September. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, the pharmaceutical industry is directly related to the health of hundreds of millions of people and the well-being of countless households. It is a major public welfare issue. China's antitrust enforcement agencies will continue to strengthen enforcement in the pharmaceutical sector, continuously optimize market competition order, and fully safeguard the legitimate interests of the people. And for us, me and my colleagues, actually this is our first time to South Africa this morning. Our Supervisor Director General, Mr. Wang Tiehan, said this is the longest distance we have ever traveled. But the Chinese phrase goes that we are predestined to meet each other in spite of the long distance because we have a bond. We have a relation already pre-existed. So far we think that we have achieved our goals. And we hope that we will use more opportunities and platforms and to share our best practices and experience in the pharmaceutical sector. And we are willing to cooperate with BRICS members in the antitrust in the pharmaceutical sector so as to promote the greater success in this field for the economic development and the well-being of the consumers. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm Anastasia Dokukina. I represent the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service of the Russian Federation. And as my Chinese colleagues, this is not the longest distance we managed to overcome, but still it's a very long way here from Moscow to Cape Town. But indeed, cooperating with each other, we will strive to find the most balanced decisions to current solutions. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the Competition Commission of South Africa for organizing this event. Today, I'll briefly talk about the preliminary results of the BRICS Working Group for the Research of Competition Issues in Pharmaceutical Markets. This working group is co-chaired by FAST Russia and Summer China, and it's my pleasure to have a brief talk and also to talk a bit about Russian developments in pharmaceutical markets. So the working group, Pharma Working Group, was established in 2016 as part of implementing the provision of BRICS Memorandum of Understanding. As my Chinese colleagues say, BRICS competition authorities pay much attention to protection of competition in pharmaceutical markets. It's no coincidence that the declaration signed by BRICS competition authorities in Rio de Janeiro in July 2025 pays special attention to healthcare issues. This document emphasizes the importance of strengthening international cooperation in this area to develop sustainable, fair, and inclusive healthcare systems. It is aimed at achieving universal health coverage and ensuring equitable and timely access to essential health goods and services, including medicines, vaccines, and diagnostics. Among competition authorities, we try both implement enforcement activities aimed at effectively reviewing cases and mergers to prevent their anti-competitive consequences, as well as implemented legislative initiatives and advocacy efforts. For example, early in 2025, as we saw in media and as our African colleagues said, Competition Commission of South Africa approved a big merger Aspen-Ingelheim with remedies aimed at promoting competition. South African Competition Commission also conducted an investigation against Novo Nordisk for abuse of its dominant position in the market for insulin pens in the market of South Africa. Brazil recently completed its big review of major transnational cartel of manufacturers of anti-spasmodic medicines. And about competition advocacy, for example, some colleagues said, in China, it was published guidelines for the pharmaceutical sectors. Brazil is also on this path. They recently published a report on the study of pharmaceutical market. In Russia, the Fast Russia pays great attention to the pharmaceutical sector, aimed at ensuring medicine availability for our population, prevent unjustified price increases, expand product range, improve healthcare quality, and so on. We continuously conduct comparative analysis of prices for essential drugs and medicines. We compare the prices in referent countries. If we see that our prices are higher, we notify manufacturers on the need to reduce them. For instance, in 2024-2025, we analyzed 16,000 prices, and based on the economic analysis, 1,500 prices were reduced by average of 15%. As an example of cases reviewed by the Fast Russia, we can mention the case against Russian pharmaceutical company KRKA, a very big company. The case was for unjustified increases by 10-16% in prices for certain dosages of a medicine used for high blood pressure. And this company holds a dominant position in the market for this medicine, so for us it was very important to make a very balanced decision. Following the investigation, we found them guilty, and we issued an order to cease the violation by setting an economically justified price for this unique medicine. And the company was fined. Besides, recently we initiated another case against company Zambon Pharma for setting monopolistically high prices for a medicine used to treat infections and inflammatory diseases. Analysis showed that in the first quarter from 2023 to the first quarter of 2025, the company increased the prices by 46%. Now, currently, we're continuing the investigation, but we'll see what is going on, but for sure the prices shall be lowered. As Maxim Shaskolsky said at the plenary session, we also cooperate with the Circle of Good Foundation. Main task of this cooperation is to ensure that people, especially children, have access to modern and complex medicines, including those that are not registered in Russia. 2 months ago, we and this foundation, we signed an agreement which provides for mutual methodological and advisory support in the foundation's procurement activities. How it works under this agreement, we intend to negotiate with manufacturers of medicine, medical devices, rehabilitation equipment, potential and current suppliers regarding the cost of such goods. We try to show to the manufacturers that even if they sell medicines at lower price, they can benefit. And by this, we make sure that the children get more treatment, more medicines, which is extremely vital for our population. So, as we see, protecting competition in pharmaceutical markets is among the most important areas of activities of BRICS competition authorities. Within working group meetings, as you know, we discussed a lot of issues. It was intellectual property rights protection, fair pricing, merger assessment, cartels, and so on. Currently, what are we doing? One of the most important areas in the pharmaceutical track now is the work to improve market access to biosimilars and generics. The development of production of biosimilars helps to increase medicines affordability for our citizens. BRICS countries have an excellent opportunity to develop this segment by producing their own medicines at lower and fairer prices. However, for sure, this sector has its own challenges, and we try to know how to overcome this. So currently, a working group with the assistance of the BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center has begun a substantive study of biosimilar market. The study aims to develop competition in this market, reduce budget costs, increase the availability of medicines, and especially more important, the most modern treatment methods for consumers in our countries. After such a study, with the help of BRICS Center, we will prepare an analytical report which will contain recommendations how to better develop competition and protect competition in this market. As the first step of the study, the BRICS Center prepared a questionnaire which was sent to many countries, not only to BRICS countries, but also developing economies. For instance, CIS countries, Shanghai Cooperation Organization countries, Asian countries, and so on. And I'm happy that we have already received responses from Bangladesh, Belarus, Brazil, Indonesia, Kazakhstan, China, Mongolia, and Turkey. I thank everyone for cooperation. And I hope that we receive responses to the questionnaire as soon as. And I know that BRICS Center will help us to form the analytical report. We are sure that by bringing together regulators and experts from developing countries, we will consolidate experience and best practices in regulating the biosimilar sector. This will allow us to assess comprehensively the competition measures applied in our countries and develop guidelines for their improvement both in this sector and in the pharmaceutical industry in a whole. And I really hope that the report will be soon ready and will be very practical and useful for all of us. I'm confident that our joint work to create a pro-competitive environment in pharmaceutical markets, both within the BRICS working group and with our partners from all over the world, will help us to introduce innovations, prevent unfair practices by major companies, and ensure consumer protection and medicines accessibilities in modern conditions. And I hope this work will continue successfully. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm trying to see if there's a hand for questions for the pharmaceutical working group, BRICS Pharmaceutical Working Group. If there's no hand, then we're going to take tea break for 30 minutes. We'll come at 5 to 3 to receive the presentation on the learnings of the BRICS Food Working Group. Karisho Zwane and Alexei Ivanov, you please be ready for that. And after that, we'll go to the food and commodity session, which will be our last session of the day. So if you can keep time during this break, you are likely to finish a little bit earlier than planned. So thanks. Let's break for tea for 30 minutes. Thank you. Thank you, Pharmaceutical Working Group. Is this thing on? Afternoon. Please. Thank you. We are going to get a short presentation on the outcomes of the BRICS Food Working Group. I see the speakers are being prepared there. Kagiso Zwane, a senior economist, Competent Commission of South Africa, and Alexei Ivanov, the Director, BRICS Competition Law and Policy Center from Russia. They are going to give us, as I said, the presentation on the outcomes of the BRICS Food Working Group. And after them, we have a panel that's going to deal with global commodity traders and the impact on competition in the local economy. James, please, in the meantime, organize your panel for us so that we can immediately start after the short presentation. Kagiso and Alexei, you have 15 minutes. Over to you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed guests, colleagues, and friends. I am incredibly happy and delighted to be able to give you some feedback on the works of the BRICS Competition Working Group on issues in food markets. And I think it's rather appropriate to do so in Cape Town, which is a city that was established as a food and refreshment station by the world's first multinational corporation, the Dutch East India Company. The theme of this year's conference, Competition Law in Uncertain Times, is to me a reflection on the disruptive forces shaping our world, how power is distributed within it, and what we might do about it. Yesterday, the Deputy Minister reminded us that in the global order, South Africa resembles more of an SMME than it does a multinational. And in the last 5 years, I think the words of Thucydides have been brought to mind, that right as the world goes is only in question between equals in power. While the strong do what they can, the weak suffer what they must. Indeed, recent research shows just how little power developing countries have in the global food trade. Recent work shows that between 1995 and 2025, the global South's share of agricultural production grew from about 50% to 80%. Yet, beyond the farm, much of the non-farm value of food production is still being captured by the global north and at an increasing rate. As the authors of the paper note, a few multinational corporations in the food manufacturing and trading sectors have expanded their profits massively by leveraging temporary supply chain bottlenecks and periods of volatility to maintain higher prices. Correcting these global imbalances in the food trade is why this BRICS working group exists. Over the last year, we've been hard at work to strengthen our collaboration on these issues and putting them firmly on the global agenda. Our year began in February this year at the BRICS Working Group meeting in Cairo. The gathering was hosted by the Egyptian Competition Authority, the Russian Federal Anti-Monopoly Service, and the BRICS International Center for Competition Policy. We examined the systemic threats to food security in the global food trade and their relevance to BRICS countries. In particular, we focused on the role of financial speculation and how price volatility, interest rates, and debt burdens weigh so heavily on food security in developing economies. Each speaker stressed the need for more research on the global food system and collaboration to enhance the resilience of the global food system, especially in the face of climate shocks. Soon after that meeting, the BRICS Center began its data collecting activities for a forthcoming report on the global commodity trade, and this was done through a questionnaire sent to BRICS authorities. The survey asked for submissions about competition in the global grain value chains, exchange channels, and the growing role of digitalization in global grain value chains. The report will be launched at the University of Cape Town at a side event this Friday. Lastly, in July, the CCSA, FAS, and the BRICS Center took part in the 9th UN Conference on Competition and Consumer Protection. At that meeting, Professor Ivanov presented a paper titled Architects of Grain Value Chain, ABCD Traders or Antitrust Authorities. In his presentation, he showed how the grain trade has become a critical space for shaping a new antitrust paradigm that is grounded in global value chains. He also pointed out that with population growth and rising grain trade, private actors are now stepping in and taking on some of the roles that would traditionally have been left to the state in ensuring food security. Colleagues from Russia spoke in greater support of international cooperation at this meeting and the digital tools for antitrust authorities. Lastly, our Commissioner Doris Sepe highlighted South Africa's work in price monitoring and in identifying inefficiencies in supply chains. I'd like to close my little section of this presentation on a personal note by saying that being part of this work has been incredibly rewarding. And with all the challenges to competition policy and the direction it's taken, I don't think anybody would reasonably argue against our focus on food and agricultural markets. But personally, there has been one downside, and that is that after all this thinking about food, reading about food, and writing about food, my pants are now as tight as the margins owned by farmers. So perhaps in the future, we should turn our attention to gym equipment. I'd benefit greatly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kagiso. Yes, it's really something everyone wants to know about food. Food is extremely essential for our existence, as you know, and it's very basic. And starting with basics and actually going back to the roots, it's probably an exercise competition authorities are required to do these days, in my opinion. If you don't mind, can we launch the presentation, the slides? Are they on? Yeah, as I see. So I want to highlight that this work which we are talking about today and which we are going to talk in much more detail on Friday at the University of Cape Town at this academic workshop we're organizing on the sideline of the conference, it's a product of a really long elaboration, long research done by all the BRICS competition authorities, with a pretty, I would say, supporting role, very important foundational role done by South Africa and Egypt, two African countries from north and the south, and representing really two important modalities in food agricultural system in the world and food systems in Africa. And I think this particular topic of interest, which we made a focus of our research, grain trade and support of importation and exportation of grain around the world. It's highlighting, it's actually resembling all those, problems which agricultural systems, food systems go through around the world. So that was chosen deliberately to show how our food systems, functioning not exactly effectively in the modern context. We started actually this research even earlier with our report, which was done and presented back in 2017 at the 5th conference, BRICS conference in competition in Brasilia. Back in the days, we were focusing on input factors for agricultural production, and through that work, we developed what is now called and pretty established field and competition law and policy value chain approach, like global value chain approach. When you see how vertical line of interaction works and how different nodes of the value chain interact with other nodes, and which some nodes are more concentrated than others. And while working on input factors, we came up with an idea that there are other areas in the global food value chains which are also pretty concentrated, and this concentration has a lot of implications both for consumers and other producers other members of this value chain, in particular farmers. And farmers were treated, I would say, not exactly fairly by both nodes, concentrated nodes of input, where we're talking about seeds, fertilizers, and agrochemicals, and concentrated node of traders who are buying, procuring this grain. So these traders, it's a very interesting species in the global food, let's say, architecture. These guys, these particular companies, they are in this business for many years already, and they started as quite traditional, trading houses, companies which were delivering grain from one point to another, operating some, logistical infrastructure. But then, slowly but steadily, they transformed themselves into some sort of, food security providers. And that's how they position themselves. They position themselves as orchestrators of value chains. And that's how they sell themselves to the investors. That's how they present themselves. And that's how they try to generate value nowadays, being, ecosystem organizers in food value chains. And that's not how competition authorities look at them. If we go to the competition authority, enforcement practices right now, and I will stop a little bit maybe on Bunge Viterra, very recent mega merger happened and concluded just recently, a couple of months ago, and cleared by most of the competition authority, including BRICS countries. Unfortunately, we cover this in the report with, kind of elaborated analysis on this merger. But when competition authorities deal with this type of, companies, they take for granted their, just the surface of their business as the core of their business. So they take their kind of mask or presentation as trading companies as if that's the only business they do. But actually, in their inner, presentations for their board of directors, for their investors, they position themselves completely differently. And one of the elements which kind of going below the radars of competition authorities, I think Gustavo was very clearly talking about this in more details today in the morning session, those digital platforms. These digital platforms become kind of facilitating instruments, tools for these traders to enhance their positioning and their market power in the global value chain. That's how they turn into some sort of, ecosystem orchestrating companies. So companies which are much more resembling digital giants than normal, trading houses. And we do think, and that's pretty much in detail written in the report, that there are at least two series of harm which could be considered by competition authorities. One is that by collecting data and by building, these silos of exclusive data appropriation, I would say, these companies foreclose the markets for other trading houses and for other players, small and national, regional players, and that's a form of, abusive behavior which competition authorities should consider, because these guys, ABCD companies, they are pretty much dominant in the field. And another theory of harm which could be considered is this platforms, they resemble, coordinating cartel-like organization, hub and spoke cartels, or facilitating cartel behavior, which could be also part of the investigation. And those investigations, we think, could be done and should be done maybe by the competition authorities together in a global setting, increasing bargaining power of competition authorities, because if competition authorities deal with this phenomena on national basis solely, exclusively on national basis, you can't capture, you can't understand this type of, power. Another phenomena which we try to analyze in our report is financialization process. It's striking to know from reports of these companies that most of them are getting the lion's share of profits, not from trading operations, but from pure financial operations, like trading with derivatives or providing some sort of, credit financing to the customers, to the farmers, or to the smaller businesses which are included in their, value chain. And these financial operations, they done again on some sort of, exclusive manner, which in a way, again, it's like I'm cautious using words, but in a way resembles inside trading. Inside trading in capital markets, when you trade, let's say, bonds or shares, when you know something, we know information, exclusive information, and others don't know this information, it's considered illegal. It's considered illegal to trade shares, for instance, in the capital market when you know a lot, and others, non-knowledgeable about this. But with commodity trading, when you trade not commodities themselves, but derivatives, which are financial instruments, and you are sitting on the information, exclusive information about these commodity prices, and you are involved in price formation, actually. You have such a position in the market, such a market power that can influence price formation, and you're allowed to trade derivatives. You're allowed to get, a lion's share of your profit out of this type of trading, which does resemble, to a large extent, type of, inside trading. And this sophisticated scheme, which is presented here, it's our collaborating team from UNCTAD, UN Trade Development Organization, and it's going to be more in detail presented in the UN Trade Development Report, which is out, I guess, this month or maybe in October this year. So I highly recommend to read it because it's a kind of complementary product, intellectual product to our report, and the team of UNCTAD working on this UN Trade Development Report were actively involved in our work. So I think it's another angle which competition authorities can consider. I'm trying to wrap up to be shorter in my presentation, but I want to say that the topic which we are dealing with now, architecture of the global grain trade, is as old as, all the human, challenges or human dilemmas we are facing. In Cicero, Roman thinker and politician, treatise on duties, he was discussing with other intellectuals of that time a problem of disclosure of information. Information disclosure by traders who are involved in grain trade with, suffering from hunger people in one of the islands, Greek islands of Rhodes. And Cicero was asking his compatriots, what do you think, whether traders should disclose existence of other, stocks of grain and other traders coming to Rhodes rather than or take, excessive profit out of, like asymmetry of information. And I think this point, information asymmetry, presence of these digital platforms which collecting data and siphoning those data in the hands of this dominant players which capitalize on this data while engaging in financial operations, that's a big question which competition authorities can ask themselves. And I think while looking at this market, while going into details in this market, one of the most important parameter of this analysis is to clearly understand where this market power coming from, what type of species, what type of ecological species, let's say, we're dealing with. And this power is really a new type of power. Now in digital era, we talk a lot about ecosystem power, orchestrating power, centrality power. These companies, they possess exactly this type of power, orchestrating power, coming from digital capabilities, deep financial embeddedness, vertical integration, and some sort of interlinked corporate groupings. I think that to deal with this phenomena, competition authorities should build their own chain or grouping, to level the playing field, to be capable to deal with these companies, companies of global scale. We have different platforms for this. We have African Continental Protocol, which will be in place soon, and competition authorities in Africa can deal together. But we also have BRICS platform, which I think a very good platform, uniting quite serious countries and serious competition authorities, which can do what leaders of the BRICS countries actually ask us to do, ask communities of the BRICS competition authorities do, to act together. To act together to promote healthy competition in the global market means basically start joint investigations, start joint inquiries. Maybe global grain trade is one of those cases where competition authorities of the BRICS countries can test these cooperative tools and start a joint inquiry into this market and either test this hypothesis, this theory, this assumptions we built in this academic work, or come up with different opinion on this, but do it together, do it jointly, take a global approach, take global value chain approach, seeing how these global value chains operate. I'm wrapping up, try to engage with everyone present in the room or outside of this room. If you read this report, please download. It's open access, and I'm happy to talk about this more. And please attend our event at the Cape Town University on September 12th, on this Friday. It's free for everyone, and we serve good food, I hope. It's local supply, local produce, yes. Thank you very much. And wine from Klein Constanze. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Kagiso and Alexi. Is there anyone who wants to ask them a question? It doesn't look like the other panel is itching to come, so it's okay. Thank you, Alexi. Thank you, Kagiso. So we are continuing with food and commodities. James, please come to the stage. Commissioner Carlos Jacques Vieira Gomez, Mr. Ashutosh Kumar, the Joint Director, International Cooperation Division, India, Andrew Jaskanov. I hope I have not brutalized this. The Deputy Head, FAS Russia. So James is the acting Deputy Commissioner, Combatant Commission South Africa. He's also our chief economist. He will, in a way, lead the panel. As I don't know how he has structured his panel, but James, over to you. You have you have just over 15 minutes each. So if we can keep to that time, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Michali. And I'm pleased to say for Kagiso that we do have an investigation into Novo Nordisk, the producer of Zemtic. So, I will make sure to allocate you in future. And I'm also always learned something from Alexi, and I can now refer to Cicero as the original competition law author. And I did study Latin at university, but I clearly missed this part of the curriculum. But yes, thank you. I think the work that the BRICS Law Center has done is important work, and I also encourage you to go on Friday. Commodities have become a big issue for I think South Africa, Africa, and even globally. And the concerns around the commodity markets are now feeding into a lot of work. So the ACF, the African Competition Forum, our research project this year, does look at commodity trade within the African continent and trying to look at levels of concentration, the flows, and just to understand it much better. UNCTAD, as Alexi mentioned, has important work on financialization of commodity trade and the profits of these ABCD countries. And we've also put this on the agenda of the ICN as an important topic as part of the food special project as well. But maybe before I come to our panelists, just to give you a sense of the importance of commodities. It was mentioned that we released our cost of living report, and before that we had our essential food price monitoring report. But if you go to those essential foods, commodities loom large. So when you're looking at essentials like bread, well, it's the wheat commodity trade. If you're looking at maize meal for South Africa, it's the maize commodity trade. If we're looking at anything in cooking oil, then it's sunflower, it's soya. And even if we go across to the protein, 75% or 70% of the cost of your chicken is based on feedstock, which is from your grains and soya. And similar numbers for livestock and beef. So it's an essential element to so many of our dietary requirements and essential foods for low-income households. What you also see is that the spreads for the producer or processor and the spreads for the retailers, we monitor them and they sometimes shift out and they're profiteering, as the Commissioner said, rocket and feather. But they have nowhere near the kind of volatility that we see in commodity markets. So late last year, South African maize prices went up 60% within a few weeks, and that was in response to global markets. So although we set our commodity prices on local futures exchange, ultimately they derive their price from global markets. And so it's what's happening on the Chicago board in the US rather than necessarily what's happening in our local South African foreign futures exchange. So 60% escalation is enormous. We did look at this and try to understand it, and it was about trade. But this is where there's a double-edged sword. Trade in commodities is important for food security. Non-agricultural countries or ones that experience a crop failure rely on trade for food security. And in fact, that 60% spike was because of crop failures throughout Southern Africa. So despite a surplus at South Africa, the crops moved out, and that served the food security need. But I think as we know, if it is such a central role in food security, those markets really need to work well. Because if you're getting price spikes of 60% that last a few months, something has probably gone wrong in the markets, incorrect signals or profiteering that might mean that in South Africa's case, millions of people suffer from malnutrition. And in the last 5 years under food inflation, which has been driven a lot by commodity pricing, we're now at a point where I think over 60% of South Africans suffer some food insecurity, and close to 25% of children under 5 face malnutrition or chronic malnutrition. So it is a serious area for interrogation, and as much as we can do domestic enforcement on the rest of the value chain, if we can't get the commodity pricing right, then we're missing the big picture. So Magali was very kind to introduce the panel. I have Mr. Ashutosh Kumar, Joint Director from the International Cooperation Division of India. I have Commissioner Carlos Gomez from CADE, and Mr. Andrei Tsiganov from the Deputy Head of FAS in Russia. So welcome. I'm going to start in the line, if that's all right. So Ashutosh, yes. Maybe hand over to you.
Okay. Thank you for providing opportunity to discuss in this session. At the outset, let me clarify that my view in this discussion is personal and it doesn't necessarily reflect the position of CCI. So at the outset, I will give the brief overview of the Indian agricultural sector. So the agriculture contributes about 60% of India's GDP, and it supports approx 47% of workforce in India. So therefore, the role of agriculture in India's economic growth, poverty reduction, and food security is immense. And to safeguard the food security of a continuously rising population, the government of India has placed a high priority on ensuring an efficient and sustainable domestic production system. So I would like to mention that India's food supply chain is driven by small farmers. So a small holder farmers are defined as those who cultivate land less than 2 acres. And majority of farmers in India are small holders. The average size of operational agricultural land holding in India is approx 1.08 hectares as per the recent agricultural census in India. Despite being a smallholder economy, agriculture economy, India is self-sufficient in food production and is leading producer of a number of agricultural commodities. It is world's largest producer of milk, pulses, spices. It has largest cattle herd, and it is second largest producer of rice, wheat, cotton, sugarcane, fruits, vegetable, tea, etc. And India has not only met its own food requirement, but it also generates sufficient surpluses, enabling it to emerge as a net exporter. In the recent data, our export was much higher than the import, so we are net exporter, and major export products includes cereals, that is rice, maize, millets, etc., animal products, processed fruits and vegetables, fresh fruits, herbal and medicinal plants. These are major exports from India, and major imported products in agriculture sector are vegetable oil, pulses, cashew nuts, fresh fruits, cocoa products. So now I would like to discuss the pricing system of agriculture produce in India. Government of India has implemented a broad spectrum of policies aimed at regulating agriculture markets, safeguarding farmer welfare, and ensuring food security. These policies span across several dimensions, including price support mechanism, procurement and distribution system, agriculture marketing reforms, etc. Collectively, these measures seek to protect farmers from market volatility, enhance rural incomes, and ensure affordable access of food for all the populations. And some of the key initiatives are, first is minimum support price. In short, it is called MSP in India. MSP acts as a crucial safety net for farmers, ensuring a baseline price of 22 major crops. It is not provided for all crops, but it is only for 22 major crops, and protecting them for price volatility. And MSP acts as a foundation as the government purchases food grains at a predetermined price, ensuring fair returns for farmers and building up buffer stocks. Though government ensures minimum support price, but it doesn't mean that 100% food is purchased by government. The data suggests that approx 30% in some of the grains, and most of the grains less than 25% is procured by government at MSP, means minimum support price. Second aspect is farmer produce organization. This concept of farmer produce organization is that farmers who are actually producers of agricultural products can form a group. Their act in India provides for such facility, and the role of this organization is to act as an aggregator for member farmers, including the inputs to outputs, which will enhance the economy of scale and bargaining power of numbers. As I discussed, because most of the farmers are smallholders, so they form a group, and through that organization, the group society, they try to aggregate products and sell in the market just to increase their bargaining power. And another thing is Agriculture Produce Marketing Committee, that is also called locally mandis. That is because agriculture is a state subject in India. Every state of India has a different act, but most of these states have followed such system of mandis, where farmers go and sell their products. So, and the government has recently implemented National Agriculture Market Scheme. It is an online virtual trading platform where all mandis report prices of their prices of agriculture products, so that everybody can know what is the current price of agriculture products all over India in different mandis in different states. So these are the systems through which government try to regulate the market and market price of agriculture products in India. And another thing is rural cooperatives. In India, so many cooperatives are working in different sectors of agriculture, like in milk production, in egg production, in other grain-related production. So these, again, this is like a farmer organization only. Again, because most of the producers are small, so they form a society, cooperative society. And cooperative societies not only procure those products, it also provide loans facility for development of farmers and producers of milk and other things, related things. So these are the system through which prices are controlled, or you can say regulated in India for agriculture products. Now I am come to how the domestic prices of agriculture and international prices of agriculture is linked. As theory suggests, when domestic price is higher, we import products, and it's vice versa happens when international price, when domestic price is higher, we import, and when international price is higher, we export. So this is the general theory, and this mechanism stabilizes, equalizes the prices of domestic prices and international prices, especially in India. I have seen the reports, government reports, where I found that in most of the products, agricultural products, the domestic and international prices is somehow similar. There is no very high fluctuation. Though there is fluctuation, but it's for very small span of time, and it becomes similar in due course. So now I will discuss the enforcement experience, whether CCI has dealt any cases in agriculture sector. So in last few years, India has dealt some cases in agricultural sector, and most of them cases are related to cartel. So one of such cases is related to storage of agricultural produce. In procurement and storage of facilities, some aluminum phosphide tablet is used for securing those food products, and that in that procurement, one government-run storage facility that is called FCI, Food Corporation of India, was involved in cartel. So CCI penalized FCI for such anti-competitive conduct. And in one of the recent cases, CCI investigated a case related to pricing of eggs. Pricing of eggs, it was alleged in that case that the prices declared by National Egg Coordination Committee. Actually, it is a private coordination committee, though its name suggests national, but it's a private society. National Egg Coordination is a private association of egg producers amounted to setting and disseminating egg prices. Though Commission didn't find any evidence regarding to cartel, but it, government, CCI gave them direction that they, in their website, they clearly mentioned that this is prices declared by this production, this society is only suggestive, it's not binding. And also they suggested in future they will not coerce any farmer who are the member of this NECC, this society, to avoid these prices declared by NECC. And also they, some CCI asked them to promote competition compliance culture within their organization, because their organization is very vast and thousands of pharma egg producers are member of this, this association that called NECC. A commission also investigated cartel-related issue in onion and pulses market. However, due to the lack of evidence, CCI didn't find any violation of the act, so no penalty was imposed. And recently, as in last session mentioned, recently 1G and Bitera transaction was also notified in CCI, and CCI approved that merger cases. And that is related to, in India, those cases were, those two companies, 1G and Bitera, are involved primarily in edible crude vegetable oil sector. And Commission found that their market share was not very significant, share was very low, therefore Commission didn't find any appreciable adverse effect on competition and allowed that merger. So, so in conclusion, I would like to mention that as the structure of agriculture market in India continues to evolve, driven by both demand and supply side factors, CCI remains vigilant in identifying issues that may raise concern from competition perspective, and promoting healthy competition in food market is key priority. and Commission will continue to employ its enforcement and advocacy tools to make timely and effective intervention whenever required. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ashutosh. I think that's incredibly interesting, and the fact particularly that the state is so involved in the food security and managing volatility in these markets. South Africa largely dismantled our agricultural support systems post the 1994 Uruguay round of trade talks, and I suppose now we're reliant on the commodity traders to provide that. But India, I think, is trying to manage it also more from a state perspective. And it also reminds me, as we move across to Carlos and Brazil, how, you know, in essence, so many of the BRICS countries are major agricultural producers and exporters, but I suppose don't get represented at the global commodity trader level, but are more at the low value, as Kagiso also pointed out. But Carlos has been doing a lot of the interesting work around some of the joint ventures which get notified in your country, and I think we're very interested to hear your approach to these markets.
Yes. Thank you, everyone. And from Brazil, we are going to talk and have the discussion and divide this speech in 4 dimensions that bring out the case more involved. The first one, the first dimension is the transformation of agribusiness. Over the last decades, large agribusiness firms have expanded beyond production, storage, and commercialization into financial markets. They increasingly use derivatives, future contracts, and swaps, not only as hedging tools against volatility, but also to influence benchmarks and market expectations. Financial strategies are leveraged as a source of competitive advantage, adding a new dimension to their market power. The second dimension is the competition risks of hybrid models. Vertically integrated firms that manage physical assets, trading desks, and financial operations may gain strategic advantage from controlling information flows, giving them an edge over competitors in both markets. The combination of logistical control and financial influence can enable task coordination, where firms align prices or strategies without explicit agreements, increasing the risk of market foreclosure. These hybrid models can raise barriers to entry, as smaller firms may lack the resource or information access to hedge, trade, or compete effectively, potentially limiting competition in key markets. The third dimension is the regulatory and enforcement challenges. Current antitrust frameworks may be inadequate for assets conduct that expands physical and financial markets, leaving potential loopholes for anti-competitive behavior. Information asymmetries between dominant and smaller firms can allow manipulation or price signals or market expectations, making it difficult to ensure fair competition. Without clear rules for algorithmic pricing, derivatives usage, or integrate market operations, authorities risk failing to detect or remedy anti-competitive practices until market harm has already occurred. And the last dimension, the international cooperation as a response. Global supply chains and cross-border trading increase the risk that anti-competitive strategies in one country can affect markets worldwide. Studies indicate that large commodity traders can exercise disproportionately influence over global value chains, potentially harming competition internationally. Coordinated monitoring, joint inquiries, and data sharing are critical to detect and prevent abusive practices, including tacit collusion, price manipulation, or exclusionary strategies. Strengthened cooperation ensures that regulatory gaps do not allow dominant firms to exploit structural advantage at the expense of efficiency, fairness, and market innovation. There are my shortcomings to this discussion.
Thank you, and I think you've raised, some important issues about the transformation to financial and all the advantages of being vertically integrated, not just information, but also control of the production. I think the challenge with international cooperation is always that our jurisdiction is national. Sharing of confidential information is restricted. And so, if I may just ask, how do you think we best approach this within, say, a BRICS environment to start to really get a grips of the commodity trading markets? Would there be any suggestions from Kadi?
Yes, we need to exchange information and exchange surveys to do this in the better way. And the joint inquiries, I suppose, will be a bigger tool to do that.
And I think I should mention as well some of the work that is now being done at the ICN under the Special Food Project, and this is led by the Competition Authority of Kenya, is around building that knowledge base, because I think even as Ashtush has identified, I think we can all relate to cartels in food markets. We've had our own eggs issue in South Africa, and so some of these are quite common in many countries. Turning to you now, Andre, for the perspective from Russia, also a major producer and involved in this commodity trade. So I'm interested to hear what has occupied FAS in terms of these markets and your thinking.
Thank you. Thank you, James. And first of all, I could miss the opportunity to thank Competition Commission of South Africa for brilliant organization of this meeting, and personally you, James, for inviting me to this session. Yes, you know that the agricultural and food trading system remains a priority for BRICS. In the declaration of the 17th BRICS Summit in 2025, leaders of BRICS countries confirmed our joint course to deepen cooperation in the field of agro-industrial complex, and I am sure that cooperation of competition and authorities is and could be and is now an inseparable part of this cooperation process. And the above-mentioned declaration also sets our commitment to ensure the uninterrupted supply of food, fertilizers, and other critical goods, because this is extremely important for the normal functioning of one of the most important markets for everybody of us. Nowadays, BRICS countries are facing unprecedented challenges in agro-industrial complex, including those related to globalization, digitalization, monopolization of economy, and of course to the new trend of financialization of agricultural markets that is mentioned by our speakers during this session. And agricultural resource supply system is characterized by an extremely high degree of concentration in some sectors, being under control of a narrow circle of multinational corporations. And this is a similar situation in the global agriculture trade, and everybody knows now about A, B, C, D. We all know the alphabet, at least the beginning of this. And they occupy a joint dominant position on many sectoral markets in this area. And according to some expert estimations, these companies account for more than 80% of the global turnover, for instance, of cereals or oilseeds. And what can the competition authorities do? Here I should mention a recent merger of large grain traders of Bunge and Viterra. And it was approved by competition authorities of several countries without the introduction of any remedies aimed at limiting their impact on the global value chain. And as a result, this merger posed serious threat to competition globally, from our point of view. And also some regulators in our discussion during the last 1 or 2 years have expressed concerns about possible impact, negative impact of this merger on prices in national market. No mandatory steps and no efforts have been made to eliminate these risks, unfortunately. And the consolidation that has taken place is not just a horizontal strengthening of position of A, B, C, D and other big players on this market. This is a strategic building of closed vertical ecosystem, of complex interdevelopment of participants of this market that couldn't be fixed and checked by national competition authorities itself. For BRICS countries, I can see that this trend could pose a serious challenge, which may lead to the not only to the growth of concentration on this market, but it may lead to loss of national sovereignty in strategic value chains. And talking about the situation in Russian agricultural market, I should stress that Russian government recognize that competition plays a crucial role in enhancing the stability of the agro-industrial sector and its sustainability. It helps to reduce price volatility, allocate resources efficiently, stimulate innovations, and we, Russian competition authorities, applied a tool of anti-monopoly measures at all stages of the supply chains, from the production of input goods for agricultural sector like seeds and fertilizers, and production of agricultural products itself, and to the delivery on the shelves for final consumers. And I'd like to mention that the National Competition Development Plan for 2021-2024, approved by the Russian government, has a special section on the agri-food sector, and the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service of Russia is tasked with developing competition and reducing administrative barriers in agro-industrial complex, and that's one more very serious problem in some sectors of agro-industrial economy. What we do? We monitor food prices, and we apply measures to stabilize these prices in order to identify the volatility of price quickly and to check the imbalances on the consumer market. We collect and examine real-time data from thousands of cash registers across the country, and this data include the prices for 50, as far as I remember, most important products like milk, bread, egg, sugar, and so on and so forth. And these figures are analyzed daily, and it allows us to identify any abnormal price changes on commodity markets and make the steps to change and correct the situation. And as a result of this, the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service has already prevented many cases of unjustified price increase by sending warnings to big retailers and region authorities. And analyzing the pricing for food and socially significant goods, we assess competition in the entire value chains, including the cost of fertilizers, seed, gasoline, plant protection products, as well as production costs of producers of agricultural goods. And of course, the measures that we can apply depends on the level of concentration and monopolization of this market. So we combine the strict enforcement when the markets are concentrated, and soft law tools when markets are deconcentrated. For instance, producers' production of milk or vegetables or something like this. We are in constant dialogue with retailers, manufacturers, and farmers. And one of the most important things we start to use during the COVID times is the practice of responsible business behavior of market participants, the practice of unilateral obligations of them to change their market strategies and not to make some anti-competitive business, not to use anti-competitive business practices. And this mechanism now is widespread in the Russian economy, and responsible behavior is one of the tasks and one of the goals reflected in, for instance, in compliance system of many big companies that works on agricultural market. Mergers and merger control is one important thing, because everybody knows that concentration process is going on. And in case of high concentration in number segments of the food market, we use the not only quantitative but qualitative assessment of measures. And one of the first examples of this approach to merger analysis is the well-known case of Bayer-Monsanto merger. These two full-service high-tech companies were subject of examination of Russian Competition Authority, and the decision of the FAS and remedies adopted by Russian Competition Authority on this merger allowed us to maintain pro-competitive environment on the domestic market, to create conditions for the integration of Russian producers into global value chains, and moreover, it's one of the excellent examples, from my point of view, of cooperation of BRICS competition authorities in this merger case, because we exchange non-confidential information, we discuss what remedies we can use, we try to avoid contradictory remedies in different countries of BRICS, and it was a very successful example. Last year, the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service applied a similar comprehensive approach to the merger assessment again, and it was the merger of international company DLF Seeds and French breeder Florimond Desprez. These companies are two largest producers and suppliers of sugar beet seeds And you know that Russia is one of the big producers of sugar from sugar beets, and it's a very important product on the Russian market. Russia is, unfortunately, until now, is dependent on the import of sugar beet seeds on the Russian market, and so this merger raised concerns about the risks of increased dependence of the Russian seed market on foreign suppliers. And so to minimize this risk, the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service approved the merger with some conditions, including commitment to localize seed production in Russia for 5 years, with some period of time, to transfer technologies to Russian specialists, including training and adaptation of breeding techniques, and to monitor the fulfillment of this obligation on the basis of regular reports to the competition authority. And this decision not only preserved competition on the seeds market, but also contributes to the development of domestic breeding, reducing dependence on foreign suppliers in the long-term period, and that is extremely important for national food security in general. And yes, I'd like to add, if it's possible, yes, if you let me, a few words about exchange trade. It's an essential tool from the point of view of Russian Competition Authority and Russian government in general for innovative development of economy, ensuring transparent and pro-competitive pricing for essential commodities. Exchange trade promotes formation of objective and fair market price indicators reflecting fair value of goods. And that's especially important for agricultural products, where the risk of price volatility are traditionally very high. And national price indicators minimize dependence of the national commodity market on situation in some way in Chicago or Rotterdam or Singapore, and we can make these indicators on big Russian local markets. It's very important nowadays, taking in mind the situation, the global situation of nowadays. Yes, and in some merger cases and in some decision on cases of violation of competition law, the Federal Anti-Monopoly Service has already prescribed to the parties of merger or to the monopolists on the market to sell some of its products on the stock exchange. For instance, just last year, it was a merger involving the large Russian agricultural holding producing meat. And according to the remedies imposed to the parties, they are obliged to bring gradually at least 10% of the volume of meat produced by these companies on the domestic market to the stock exchange within 4 years from the middle of this year, from the 1st of July. And the sale of poultry and pork meat in this way and the formation of the exchange index will prevent the establishment of monopolistically high price for the socially significant food products. And finally, I'd like to add a few words about BRICS. Yes, it seems to me that in order to counter monopoly strategies of global players effectively, the BRICS competition authorities need to form a joint response to this market behavior. From our point of view, coordinated and synchronous actions and balanced control mechanisms are essential. We need to avoid the lack of advanced cooperation mechanisms. And leading to that can lead to insufficient decisions and remedies. And as the first possible response to modern challenges, we could but we could intensify the work on a common system for monitoring global mergers. It's so-called merger radar. We've discussed it many times during the last few years. Yes, and I think that this tool can allow monitoring mergers in BRICS space and assessing their effect for global and national markets of our countries. And we can use confidential information, and moreover, we have the instrument to exchange confidential information. If you remember, a few years ago, we approved the recommendations on the use of waivers in merger case examination. And so we have legal opportunity to exchange not only non-confidential but confidential information in some cases. And from our point of view, this radar would be more than just a tool of our cooperation. It could become a part of a mechanism for coordinating the position of countries, the position of national competition authority on how to influence jointly the global economy, global market, global value chains, and to defend the national interests of each countries of BRICS through the joint response to the anti-competitive behavior of our partners. And one more very serious thing that we need to respond jointly is the unilateral illegal measures imposed by a number of countries, which are anti-competitive both in their nature and in the practice. And I should turn to the text of the declarations of the 17th BRICS summit, where the leaders of our countries condemned the imposition of unilateral coercive measures that are contrary to international law, and stated that such measures, inter alia, in the form of unilateral economic sanctions and secondary sanctions, have far-reaching negative implications for the human rights, including the right to development, health, and food security. So, what is the role of competition authorities here? Yes, because these measures are anti-competitive, and they create unequal conditions and create prerequisites both for abuse of dominance on these markets, they are affected by sanctions, and for conclusion of cross-border cartels as well. These points the need for the BRICS competition authorities to work together in order to create advanced regulatory mechanisms that meet the interests of our countries and our citizens. And this work is already underway within the BRICS working groups for the research of competition issues in socially significant market. And today, during our sessions, we can listen to the reports of working group on pharmaceutical goods, working group on food, and these are important steps forward to development of our cooperation, of our practical cooperation. That is not about the exchange of information, how our national legislation developed, but it's It is formation of the instruments, of tools of our joint work on practical cases of violation and on development of competition policy in general. Frankly speaking, Alexei showed me the report. It's very interesting, it's very important, it's very positive, and it shows us the way forward. What can we do and what should we do to develop a new methodology for analyzing market, for regulating market, and for making this joint report response what I mentioned before. And last point, yes, I see that I speak very long time, is that what is very important is the joint response not only to the anti-competitive behavior of some market players, it's joint response and joint position of competition authorities on the global on the global platforms. And I like to mention just one example. It's our joint activity within UNCTAD. You know that during the 9th United Nations Competition Conference this summer, at the initiative of South Africa and with support of the all BRICS competition authorities, the topic of competition development in global food chains has been identified as one of priority areas of UNCTAD activities for the next 5 years. And I think that 5 years is enough to do a lot to change the situation on commodity markets and especially on food market for the fora of our people and of our states. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrei. And I think it's interesting that price monitoring and soft law has become actually quite a common tool of many countries to deal with this slight volatility and opportunistic behavior.
It's okay.
And
if you should calculate it.
and certainly, you know, this is also part of the sort of global agenda that in the Special Food Project at ICN that South Africa is pushing as well. But I think you make a good point that UNCTAD is an important forum and an important forum to drive this issue in particular. And we're pleased to welcome Teresa Moreira here physically after appearing yesterday virtually. And I'm sure over dinner and tea one can engage her in more detail. I did have a quick question, Andrei, whether FAST did assess the Bunge-Viterra merger or it wasn't notified in. No. All right.
Because it doesn't affect Russian market seriously.
No, and I think it's very interesting that at least 3 of us have approved that merger, and yet this quiet sort of concern about its effect on the market. But given maybe our tools at the time or the way we've approached it, that it couldn't be justified under competition law, either low shares, and I think we had the same issue. But I think this is where, you know, clearly there is a growing concern about what is happening. And it may be a little like the concern that was highlighted by many around digital markets, that we can see it concentrating, we feel powerless to address it, and maybe we need to visit our tools or how we approach these markets. And I think Alexei's report also delves into that. And that's certainly one thing we could learn from each other and start to explore. But I think everyone here has also highlighted the importance of BRICS cooperation and the urgency of that. You know, we do have our closing session tomorrow to look at areas for the next 5 years. And I'm sure some of the agricultural markets, it is already a working group and a priority amongst BRICS. But the work program may be able to define more precisely what we want to achieve in that period. So as Andre, you say, in 5 years we can do a lot. So let's hope we can achieve that. So I think we've come to the end of this session, unless anyone wants to respond to each other and the comments. So we've managed to get you home in record time, despite our fierce timekeepers at the front. But this is the last session for the day. I'll hand over to Princess Umkhali to formally close. And I assume you've all seen this attention all delegates sign that certainly we have in front of us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much. So you are required to return the interpretation devices where you took them. James, Carlos, Ashtosh, and Andre, thank you very much for very informative discussion around the food and commodities. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now turn to you and thank you very much for your participation, for your cooperation. Our speakers, thank you for all of you, including the heads of the authorities for sharing with us today. We have come to the end of our session. We've done very well on time, and I must thank all of you for your cooperation once again. We've kept the time. Tomorrow we are starting at 9 o'clock. Please be on time. Dinner starts at 6, as I understand. Please enjoy it, network, interact, but please sleep on time so you are able to wake up on time for tomorrow's session. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.